She's talking about Mercury is in retrograde. I don't even know what the fuck that means, but check this out.
Back it up, retrograde like Mercury. Do your little dance in them apple bottom jeans, but they out of season. If you got a man, why you text me on the weekend? Praying to the give me something to believe in. Play this for my fam, they gon' say that I need Jesus. Turn up with my demons, it's already too late, baby, by the time you read this. Poured up strong, this tequila got me in my feelings. A butt in the head, like my name was Beavis. Blowing out the speakers, fuck a noise complaint, middle finger to police. Back it up, retrograde like Mercury. Do your little dance in them apple bottom jeans, but they out of season. If you got a man, why you text me on the week? Club too crowded, this shit weak.
You hungry?
Make the Uber drive through Mickey D's. 20 piece, please. Back to the crib. She throw it back like TBT. Legally blind on DVD. Then that brain was Ivy League. Come see me. Keegan Michael, she got the key. Trip expensive, love is free. She got the bag off PPP. Morning sex, call it Sunny D. Not a joke, but it's tongue in cheek. Eggplant emoji next to the peach. Yeah, blah, 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 you know what I mean. Back it up. Retrograde like Mercury. Do your little dance in them apple bottom jeans, but they out of season. If you got a man, why you text me on the weekend?
Okay, but I still don't know what that means though. Like, can you break it down for me? Like is the planet like spinning backwards, or like I'm just trying to understand it. Like that's just why you were being weird. It was the planets, or okay, fine.
Good morning, good morning. Hey, Lip Block, how are you, love? I hope you're doing good. Hey, Truth Seeker. Grandma Sherry, how are you? How's the construction going, Grandma Sherry? Everything good? Hey, Sassy Ann. Kaser. Tinkle Tits McGee. Always the best name. Love it. Good morning. Shauna B. Hey, love. Welcome to the street. Hey, Salty C. Haven't seen you in a while. You've been busy working. Hey, Mac. How are you? Hey, Outlaw Trucker. Alexander. How are you? Hey, Soup. How's it going? Hey, Pixie. Sleuthy, my girl. How are you? Let's see. Hey, Generally Jenny. Hey, Tracy. Evil Queen. Judge and Jury. Dang, Judge and Jury. Hey, Small Wildflowers. Anonymous. Crazy Chicken Lady. I love that. Someone normal. Well, I don't know if I'm normal or not, but I had a little bit of free time before I need to go over to my daughter's and help her out. So I thought, let's come live and talk about all the things. Hey, Laundry. Good morning, Ellie. Be the Bean. Hey, Be the Bean. Have you heard any new updates in Amber's case? I meant to check the other day and I completely forgot. You've been busy lurking. Hey, over here. Nana for life. I hope you're having a great day at work. We're going to talk about you a little bit later. Hope you don't mind. Hey, Karma. Cash. Lurking and working. Good morning, Lori. So first, let me say, I know Cash is the best. Obviously, it's September 11th. So I don't know about you guys. I'm sure everybody has to remember exactly where they were on September 11th. Hey, Cat's Eye, how are you, love? Lurking and working. Everybody's lurking and working. Let's see. I'll go ahead and put this link out here, and then because people might want to use that later. If you guys want to share where you were on September 11th, you can. If you don't, if you just want to like type it in the chat that, or not where you were, don't dox yourselves. That's not what I'm saying. But like everybody has a September 11th story. I was 8 months pregnant, 8 months pregnant, and my parents had just moved, and I was helping my mom decorate. Which at 8 months pregnant, that means I was just sitting there and pointing where things should go. That was it, But I also had a 1 year old. And so I can't believe it's been 22 years already. 22 years. We weren't watching TV, we were decorating, but we got a call from my dad because he works out of town and he was waiting for a flight, a connecting flight from Seattle to LA. And it got shut down, obviously. And so he's the one who called and told us about it. And we turned on the news and we turned it on just a few minutes before the second tower was hit. So we saw that. And I just remember as like a young mother thinking the world was like this was it. Our country was going to go into this, World War III type situation, just being young and inexperienced with life. And I was really scared. I called my husband at work and he was like, they were watching it there at work, but they couldn't leave. And he was just like, this is insane. And my uncle actually works in the Pentagon. So when we heard about that, then we all became extremely worried, and we didn't hear from him until much later that night. Thankfully, he was fine, completely fine. But um, it was a scary situation. I remember I decided I was just going to head home and leave my parents. I was about 25 minutes away from where my parents lived, and I went through town, and I had like I don't know, half a tank of gas, I guess. And I remember my husband saying, "You might want to stop and fill up and get diapers and, those sort of things." I did not because the line at the gas stations, all of them, there was like five in this one town, and the lines at the gas stations like wrapped around the block. It was insane. I think most of them ended up selling out. And then I did stop at the grocery store. And typically, I wouldn't buy diapers at the grocery store because they're 1,000 times more expensive. But all the stores were so full because people were just like clearing the shelves. And I just remember picking up some baby food and diapers, head home, and stayed there for a little while. But I just don't think we'll ever forget those moments, will we? Like exactly what we were doing when we watched that. The news was on 24/7. You were in eighth grade, Jenny. Oh. Morning, Shambles. Let me see. Cash is my favorite. I was standing on a street corner and a girl named Jessica told me she heard on the radio a plane hit the towers. Wow. Were you in New York City? That would be terrifying. Football field band practice when we found out about the first plane. Oh, CNN was on and I was watching. And then, oh, yeah, when that second tower hit, it was very surreal, wasn't it? It was in ninth grade. I was at work and I heard it and I thought it was a joke until right, right. My dad called and he's like, "Yeah, my flight's been canceled." And he ended up just renting a car because he could drive down to LA. But um, he didn't know at first, like when his flight got canceled, he didn't know at first what all was going on. He was just like, "Hey, something's happening," blah blah blah. And quickly, all the TVs changed to news, and they found out quickly, and so he updated us. Heard it on the radio. Babysitting your grandson. Ugh, in a hotel lobby. I was in the ER working. We were all sitting in the trauma room watching everything. I think everybody was glued to it, weren't they? Mhm. The teacher was straight with us about it. Thankful. That's good. You were in New York City for a wedding? Oh, Ellie, I bet that was scary. Down in Manhattan or down at a marathon in the Florida Keys. Jets screaming overhead and we're a block from leaving. The president was down in Florida, wasn't he? So I don't know where in Florida he was. I just know, I mean, of course, we all remember when George Bush was told, like, we've seen that clip over and over. But I know that was down in Florida somewhere, wasn't it? Then the hurricane came in from Cuba and roads were oh, beer can. I think I have oh no. RSV. Might be bronchitis too. I had the first time I got COVID, I had it right after I got bronchitis. So I had like both at the same time. It was horrible on my throat. My job let us all leave a couple of hours after it happened. Well, that's good. I was under a load heading to Pennsylvania and watched Air Force One fly over with 8 fighter jets. And when I stopped at a truck stop, they had it on TV. Yeah, because I bet you were wondering, like, what the heck is going on? Wow. I had a 1.5-year-old and 6 months pregnant. Yeah, he was 13 months old and 8 months pregnant. Yeah, my kids are only 14 months apart. A family friend was in labor and we already knew that her son had Down syndrome, so we were celebrating him extra. Aw. He literally came into the world. Oh my goodness. What a mixture of emotions that is, right? The excitement and the joy of this new life that you're giving birth to, as well as the, trauma and sadness and sorrow of those that are losing. That is a mixture of emotions happening to you guys at that time. Good morning, Kate the Great. Yeah, never forget. On 9/11, I ditched school. I went to the library and then went home. Our school ended up letting out early. Yeah. Actually have 2 friends whose birthdays are on 9/11. They were born before, but both their birthdays are. Was at our auto shop. Hey, Jujubee. At our auto shop with the kids and watching in our waiting room. Hey, JD. Day off from work in New York, saw it live on TV. We had no clue what was happening. I think that's the why it, like, sticks with so many was the fear in that moment, right? The fear of what could happen. And just knowing our country was so vulnerable. I was just leaving for a 30-minute commute to work. Sarasota. Okay, he was in Sarasota. I knew it was Florida, I just couldn't remember where. Hey, Gavel. Yes, he was reading to the children. I'd say, and I think we all remember that clip when he was told, his face. I could not imagine being the president in that moment. And then I'm not a huge fan of George W., but even though that's typically the side of the aisle that I vote on, but not a huge fan of him. But I can appreciate him in that moment. He held his composure pretty well considering what he was just told. If you think about that, that's crazy. I was in training for a new job. There were several TVs in the room, so we watched and cried. The sky was beautiful blue, not a single cloud. You remember the sound of the jets? Mm, Booker School in Sarasota. Thank you guys. Of people flipping through TV channels on that did. It dominated everything. Yeah, 80% switched to covering it or not showing program out of respect that day. Yeah. I was teaching at the school next to the school where the president was. We all had to go under our desks. Oh, it's your brother's birthday? I was at work and they locked you down at work. Wow. Dang. I can't imagine. I don't remember where I was, but I do remember being consumed with watching while they showed the aftermath. Yeah. When we found out about the Pentagon being a target, we were glued from there on out. And then we could get a hold of our aunt and she was just worried and sick and we were states, hundreds of miles away, so we felt helpless too, but she had good friends and family around her and thankfully he was able to get out and call. 9/11 happened when Xbox 360 came out, didn't it? I don't think many people will forget that day, will they? Hey, Yogi. Things were crazy after for a long time. Yeah, I do remember Freedom. Oh my goodness. I was at work. My husband was miles away. Our town almost totally shut down. Out west, turned on a computer, saw a tiny picture of towers, thought a new movie had been released. I hadn't heard of it. The horror song. Well, there was the Spider-Man. Was it Spider-Man 2 was coming out around that same time, and they ended up going back in and removing the twin towers out of like the skyline of it. The smoke was awful. Oh, I bet it was. I bet it was, JD. When we finally left Marathon, my parrot squawked the whole 5 hours to return home in Bradenton. I was ready to turn her loose in the Everglades. Oh. I will never forget this day. I was living in North Brunswick, New Jersey at the time. My ex had called me on the phone and told me to turn on the TV, and my mouth dropped to the floor. My friend lives in Newark, and they can't see the skyline from their apartment, but they could walk just down the street and like turn left, and they can. It was just like the whole. It was everything was shut down. All planes up in the air had to emergency land. Right, my husband's boss was in the air when it happened. They sure did. At work, we were on lockdown. Extra security came. We had to show ID every day. Oh my gosh. Sister teaching in the Bronx. They also wouldn't show any movies or shows with the towers. Yep. Nah. I could not believe what happened in the city. I called my parents to see if they were okay. My brother, who lives in, I hope they were, Yogi. I hope they were fine. It was a helpless feeling, right? One of the last videos on the top of the towers was the Roland video by Limp Bizkit. Really? I didn't know that, Jenny. I'll have to look that up. Hey, Audrey. Did you see the pics in NYC this morning with the low clouds? No, I didn't. Let me look it up real quick. Mm, let me see. I see one from 2 days ago. We've been to the memorial twice. The first time we were there, um, the Ground Zero Memorial, the first time we were there, oh, I think that's it. There was, it wasn't constructed yet. It was still had the fence up, and you could, I can't remember what building we were up in, and you could see down and still see some of the rubble and stuff. And this was like 10 years afterwards. I don't know if it was that long, but the second time we were there, it was completed. It was back in 2018 was the last time we were there. We lived on a military base at the time, and security, yeah, my nephew and his wife were in Manhattan at work. It was a while before we heard from them. It was awful. Yeah, we didn't hear from, well, we heard from our military family for a while, but they were on their bases, and just crazy. Just, but you know what else I remember about 9/11? I remember that feeling afterwards of everyone being connected, and we were already active in church, but I remember, our church swelled for a while with more people wanting to come, and just the sense of country and community and togetherness. All of that happened very quickly after 9/11, and I wish we could have held on to that. We seemed to lose it. It was fleeting. It was just as quick as it came, it left. And that's pretty sad, because that I remember that sense of togetherness, yeah, the unity, and I wish we could have really held on to that. Hey, JD or Queen Bella, how are you, love? We were so united. And I'm not even like a huge I'm not a Lee Greenwood fan, my mother-in-law was, but that song, Proud to Be in It was just we were so united. My son was in the Army stateside, he was patrolling a perimeter with a 15 Oh, yeah. My grandpa was in the Army, and so was my uncle. Well, my uncle was actually in the Air Force, and then, I had a great uncle in the Marines, and so we have a lot of military family, and then we have, like, a lot of military family we call family that aren't blood family. We love them all. My dad passed the year before. I'm glad he didn't have to oh, yeah. It was really beautiful how we all came together. And I wish it didn't take something like this, something as catastrophic as, destroying lives as well as our country to bring us together. And I wish we could hold on to that. I don't know how we do. I don't know how. It was so chilling and scary when that November we flew from Tampa back to Maryland to visit family in the Tampa airport. Yeah, God. Yeah, everyone had their flags out, which I live in a community where that's typical anyway. Everyone has their, flags on their home, a couple of them, and, banner flags on the porch and stuff. But I remember, driving through communities where it's not typical and they would as well. And it was just a beautiful feeling. Tragedy does bring us together. But the problem with that is when tragedy brings unites us like that, it's fleeting. And that's what it was with 9/11 as well. It was fleeting within a few years. We were back to hating on each other instead of loving on each other. It was so sad. That's one thing though that did change. Like I remember, flying before 9/11, how easy it was to fly before 9/11 and how hard it is now. Yeah, Audrey, if we could have stayed as united as we were on September 12th. Right. If we could just stop the hate that divides us. I don't know what causes that either. It's so sad. We choose hate whether we Right, Jenny, I'm going to talk about that today. We do, don't we? We tend to choose hate over the good things. Hey, Gary, how you doing, babe? My daughter read names of people who lost their lives that day at the local courthouse and rang the bell this morning. I was in tears. Oh, I bet she did a beautiful job. My uncle's a firefighter, not in New York City or anything. It's here locally, and they've done those uh, benefits, or I can't think of what they're called, where they put on all their gear, including their tanks and stuff, and they uh, run, but they don't really run, but they go up the same amount of flight of stairs that they would have had to on 9/11 in remembrance of them. Good morning, Dynamite. How are you? She meant 2001. Typo. The bad time. It's just like remembering the bad times and not right. We do that, Dino. We focus on the bad and not the good. Isn't that crazy? And we are, but that's the thing, right, Shauna? We are more alike than we are different, but we focus on those differences. So united and ready to help each other, proud and ready to protect our country and defend the fallen. 22 years later, the divide in this country is so sad. It is horrible, Christine. Welcome, by the way. The divide in this country, the hate in this country. And the thing that I've noticed, we travel extensively across the country, out of the country. We travel a lot. That's why I cannot commit to a schedule on here. I just can't with how much we travel. I don't experience that hate out there connecting with people. When you are out and about connecting with people, for the most part, people are good and loving individuals. But then we turn on the news or we turn on social media or this and that, and it's just there's a divide and there's hate. People talk about how, oh, I would never drive down Skid Row in LA. Why not? One of my dad's companies is like, we've gone through there. Yeah, there's a lot of crime, trust me. It's horrible. The homeless situation is horrible, but it's just connecting with people and talking with people. And our country is truly a beautiful place. This country is so beautiful, and it's full of so many good and wonderful people. I don't know why we focus so much on the hate. Queen Bella says, I don't feel like it's hate per se. I think it's selfishness as we just go back to what's going on with us. But there is a divide. There's a divide in this country. If you were an outsider looking in, if you were to go to another country and look at our country, they have a perception that we are vastly divided when I don't feel that. Like I can go and connect with anyone. I live in Florida and DeSantis is destroying our state with these cultural wars. And I don't have an issue with DeSantis, but I get what you're saying though. It's like a perpetuation of the divide. There's a lot of people that, they the immigration problem, and I remember when I don't know if it's still going on. I haven't been paying close attention to politics lately like I used to. But, it became like beer can saying here, like a cultural war of, oh, well, I'm gonna ship them to this state or that state or this or that. And it's like, we're just not coming together. We're not getting it. We're not standing united together. Right, they don't want us united. Together we are too strong. But who is the they? Who is the they? Is it media? Is it politics? Is it our true, subconsciousness as we get on social media and type out divisive things or hateful things? Like what? Who's the they exactly? Right. This day is the reason why my brother joined the Oh, wow, that's awesome, Carrie. I love that. I love that. There's so much hate in this country lately. It's wild to me how many people actually enjoy the divide. But okay, so Kate, do you feel that because of social media? Do you feel that because of the news? Do you feel that because of movies? Do you feel that because of politics? Because I don't know if I'm conveying it correctly, because when I'm out there in the world, I don't feel the hate. I don't feel the hate. I can stand beside my brothers and sisters of different skin colors and different races and different nationalities and get along and feel nothing but love, but you turn on the news and it's a divide full of hate. I don't get it. All the news ever shows is the bad. There are great people helping each other, but it never makes the news. I don't think so, Kiki. Last I looked before I hopped online, there was uh, a scanner update that some guy on a motorcycle in a green hoodie. I think people were hopeful it was him, but I really don't know. I think there's a couple other channels live that are covering it though. I'm a UPS driver, 15 years already. I talk to hundreds of people a week. It's called respect. Right, Anthony? Like, I don't know. And I don't get behind that whole, oh, it's the new generation. No, I've got my kids and tons of people in the new generation are amazing young adults doing amazing things. So I'm not buying that either. It's harder to be negative all the time than it is to be happy. I'm trans. The Santa scares. Oh, Jenny. And it may not be the best compromise, but just like on YouTube, everyone jumps on the latest big thing, even if it's nowhere as big and catastrophic. Right. We do that. I mean, we're all guilty of that. Yeah, we try to make something, we do make things bigger. The only thing I can do for the divide and apologize, people feel it, and raise my children to know everyone is equal. If we all made the contribution, the world would be a better place. Yeah, it's the same. All we can do is be an example. an example for ourselves, for our peers, for our children. That's all I think we can do. Me too. Me too. I'm with you, Judge and Jury. I do think the mainstream media, as well as social media, like Kate's saying here, does it. I don't feel the hate in the world only on social media and the news. That's what I'm saying, Ellie. And its cause, it scares me even more. I'm sorry, Jenny. I really don't know what he's been up to. Like I said, I used to follow politics very heavily, but I haven't in about a year. It's a choice. You can choose to be kind or choose to be ugly. I still believe there are more good people than bad. I agree. I agree, Nana. I do not encounter shitty people that often. And if you do encounter a shitty person, you know what typically can change things around? Just smiling at them. That's what I've found. Just smiling and listening. Most people just want you to listen and to engage with them, and their whole attitude changes. You could have stood next to one of those pilots and not feel the hate. Sometimes it's hidden. That's true, Evil Queen. That's true. I was a social worker for over 25 years. I have no problem interacting with others. Hey, Okie Crying News. How are you, love? Sitting at the dealership awaiting my oil to get changed. Oh, Tiffany. That's like my least favorite thing to do. I always leave it to my husband. Karma, you're right. You're right. I've had a lot of emails and situations behind the scenes that I know if I brought forward, there'd be 1,000 people in here wanting to hear the drama, wanting to hear the deets of it all, and wanting to hear people rage and scream and yell back and forth. But why? Why? Why do that? It's exhausting and it's draining. What's the point? I believe it's social media. We are now able to see and hear everyone. Right. It's their inner thoughts more so than what they put out there, I guess, when they're that's the thing. Like you're not going to go face to face with a person and say some of the shitty things that you feel comfortable saying behind a keyboard or even behind an avatar if you're saying it verbally. A shitty person is really different for everyone. So well, I think that's just a personal decision. Like I can decide what is crappy for me, like what my boundaries are. I'm not going to take X, Y, and Z or that, that is hate in my eyes, but and it is different for everyone because we all have our own boundaries and our own morals and way of looking at things. I watched a video Nana or Grandma Sherry did on tinfoil. Them signals are taking over. Uh, which, speaking of hate, let's see here. Do we want to talk about the Summer Wells Army first, or do we want to talk about Nik the Hat first? I know this is a safe subject, but I got to have grandparents day with. Aww, that's nice. I'm glad you did, Kiki. I love that. I'm looking forward to that. I'm starting to believe that haters don't hate specifically, but they just hate. Right. I don't think they hate anything in particular. It's just the enjoyment of hating. Some creators are really only here for the money, so will keep the drama going as long as they can. Makes themselves look like a victim on hopes their subs send them more cash. That's possible. That's why I've been branching out, I have been listening to a bunch of new creators that talk true crime and kind of listening to LawTube. I love that they call themselves LawTube. Listening to content over there and stuff while I've been working with my kiddo. So the keyboard bully, my biggest issue with anyone was because of typed words taking out of context. We do that a lot. I think people in general, we take things out of context. We read things with a specific tone, and whether the other individual meant that tone or not, we don't know. People on social media wouldn't say most of what they say online to someone's face. Judge and jury, you're right. They wouldn't. And if they did, it would be done in a completely different manner. I know this is off subject, but You must have deleted the other one because of the typo. But I am still glad that you got to go to Grandparents' Day. Oh, you listened to Betty today? I haven't listened to her in a while. I'm 100. She is truly a shitty person. By whose standards? Your standards? You'll go, okay, you want to talk about Nik the Hat. The funny thing is, I truly believe people would not support these. Probably not. I think a lot of them. And you might not support me in real life. If you met me in real life, you might not support me. But I do know that, yeah, there are people out there I probably wouldn't. I've known about Nik the Hat since Gabby Petito. So yes, I told. It took me a minute when I heard Burden playing him the first time, and I'm like, she kept saying Nick, and I was like, who is she talking about? And I heard him talking in the background, and I'm like, I know this voice, I know this voice, I know this voice. And it took me a second and finally clicked, and so I sent her a bunch of articles. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's Nik the Hat. He's back. I didn't know he was back. You need to share what you have found branching out. Oh yeah, I'll share some of the. Ellie loves law too. I don't think you guys would like one of the guys that I've been listening to consistently. Like I'm going through one of his playlists on a specific case. I don't think you guys would like him at all. I think a lot of you would say he's just like JLR, but I don't think he is. I think it's different, but he is very aggressive. He's like got the northeasterner accent, and he's very blunt and says things that most of you would probably find outrageous, but I've enjoyed the content. Constantly engaging in the drama and then acting like a victim seems also very manipulative. I'm from a generation that won trophies for just Oh, you said some are, not you. See, I hate it when they say that. They say that, oh, there's a generation that got a trophy just for participating. My kids are from that generation. My kids are very active in sports. I never once got a trophy just for participating. But I do know that there are a lot of people that did, a lot of places. I think it just depends on where you grew up, right? Hey, Criminality, how are you? You're another one I've been listening to more and more of your content. Yours and Malicious Intent, and then some others that are nowhere near that genre. But who gave those trophies? Get out of here with that participation trophy, right? Yeah. So, let me pull up. Okay, you guys want to do Nik first. So, Chronicles did a short video on him. I just saw it this morning. Haven't watched it, but let's play it real quick. And then I can pull up the articles if she didn't cover it. Sorry, she did it last night. Lines and Lights is live. Oh, hang on. Sorry, guys. Okay, a little history lesson on Nik T. Hat. I cannot say his last name, so we're just going to go with Nik the Hat. Let me make sure I'm okay. These true crime creators will stream, does it say anything for content? Others' content for views and not do any research on the individuals. Oh, wait, sorry, I wasn't sharing. My bad.
Delaware County man is charged with identity theft and forgery in connection with an alleged plot to embarrass a court probation officer. This bizarre scheme involves a 25-year-old self-described news reporter whom prosecutors say is nothing of the kind.
Our Bruce Gordon reports from the courthouse in media.
There he was during happier times, for him at least, posing for photos with Bill Cosby during Cosby's sex assault trial. Nicholas Hatzafathow, self-described chief content officer at something called YC News. But the Delaware County District Attorney says Nik the Hat, as he's known, was not a journalist, but a fraud.
This defendant manipulated the facts and created a story all made up by himself.
Prosecutors say Hatzafatau falsified.
I don't know if she's going to go into it. If she doesn't go into it, I'll look it up and show you guys the story he created and falsified, because that's where it's like gross.
Documents to pose as a New York Times reporter and Good Morning America producer to ask the DA's office for comment on a racist email purportedly sent by an officer of the county's adult probation and parole office. The prosecutor says Hatzafatau created the phony email and tried to pass it off as a legitimate scandal to be reported on his website, perhaps in an attempt to disparage the probation officer who had supervised him after a past conviction.
In one fell swoop, he attempted to decimate years of well-earned and good reputations.
Says the district attorney.
That is truly actively interfering in an investigation, in a case. This man did this. This is the guy that everyone is playing and praising. And I'm not saying he's still the same. Maybe he's changed. Maybe he's learned his lesson, and everybody deserves second, third, 100 chances for sure. But just be aware of what you're consuming and know that he might not be telling you the full truth.
Of Hatzafatau?
He created this email. He created this false narrative. He created this problem and is now going to face the consequences.
Also seized from that home in Broomall a stolen police-issued taser. Nik the Hat is expected to surrender to authorities on Thursday.
So on top of forging an email and publishing it as a real document, he stole a police taser.
Convicted on all counts, he will be doing his next reporting from a prison cell. In Media, Delaware County, I'm Bruce Gordon, Fox 29 News.
Well, Nik Hatzafatau, known by his nickname Nik the Hat, was found guilty of fabricating a racist email from a Delaware.
So this is when I learned about him. It was during the Gabby Petito case when Nerdy Addict did an article for them, and then he quickly realized what they were and didn't do anymore, I guess. But that's the very first time I heard about JLR too, is because he was working for this Your Content publication.
Delaware County probation officer. An Action News investigation first brought you this story 2 years ago in an exclusive report. Well, he runs a website called YC News, which is short for Young Constituents. Prosecutors say he altered an email to include racist language, then published the email on his website. He was found guilty of identity theft, forgery, and other related charges. Sentencing is set for next month.
September 4th, 2023, according to public records of the Pennsylvania Department of Corrections, convicted felon Nik the Hat was released from prison on May 24th, 2023, and is currently on parole status. Dang. No, they did not meet in prison. I'll grab her channel link if no one's dropped it. Could you imagine Lisa from Crimes and Fashion ever going to lunch with? Oh, I have no. Yeah, because I would. I can go to lunch with anyone. Sit down and have tea with anyone. I've never heard of Nik the Hat till the other day. I put that on in a YouTube search and found absurd allegations. So I put Nik the Hat in Google. Yep. Sure is. We spend a lot of time in the law library. I guess it depends on your morals, right, Donna? Like, and those are subjective. So it depends on what you believe. I believe people deserve lots. It's not for me to determine how many chances they deserve, or what. If you've ever been around an addict, people like that in your lives, and you know that they're going to tell you a million different times that they've changed. One of those times, hopefully, will be the actual time that they do change. Could you imagine not giving them that last chance and just completely cutting them off, and it was the real deal? But I think it's going to be different for everyone. I think it's going to be different for everyone. Yeah, the email is, yeah, not going to do that. I don't even think I could try. Where do they come from? They need their own community, the fraud community. Yeah, let me pull up the email. I was hoping it would be in there, but I understand why it's not. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Yeah, it was your content. I don't know why she said it was the online news site. Your content was sentenced to 2 to 4 years in state prison on Wednesday. Okay, here's the email. Let me show you guys. He was convicted last month on 2 counts each of forgery and identity theft, 3 counts of unsworn falsification to authorities, and 1 count of tampering with public records or information following a jury trial before Court of Common Pleas Judge John Capuzzi. A second trial for the taser was given to him. Posted a story with an image of a purported 2015 email that included racist language. Portions of the email, such as copied email addresses, had been redacted, but the image still included a signature line for probation and parole supervisor Jeff Roney. Good morning, the email begins. You don't have to worry about job security, ROFL, so long as there's a in our country, you'll have, you know what he's saying there, the N word. You will have a full slate. Just make sure he registers as a, that was redacted, before applying. They're extremely strict about that. Can't have a bunch of gangbangs loving, in here. Ha. So that was, I think there was more to the email than that, but that's gives you a good idea of what this guy wrote. Forged. The publication of the bogus email caused a furor in local government and prompted a news conference on the county courthouse steps by elected officials demanding an investigation. The accompanying story claimed the email came to light as part of a request under the state's right to know law to inspect electronic communications between all Delaware County law enforcement agencies, then later said the information came from a news tip that the email had been sent between several community officials and a current department supervisor where they accidentally carbon copied a probationer. Delaware County detectives testified that a search of county server revealed no such email had ever been sent. However, and a MacBook and iPhone found in Nik the Hat's vehicle as part of a search warrant served in June 2019 contained the evidence of him creating the document in question shortly before it was posted online. During their search of Nik's home, Saney said investigators came across a printout of a 2016 email from Roney used as the template. Nik was on probation at the time for harassing his neighbors by repeatedly sending prostitutes to their door through an escort service and then calling the police on them. So he was already on probation because he would send prostitutes to his neighbor's house and then call the police on them. Use the same racially charged language in that earlier case, stating, I like to watch N-words get locked up, and more N-words are going to get in trouble. Wow, this guy. He said he found the original 2016 email from Roney describing Nik as unstable and apparently unable to comply with the terms of his probation, had been scanned into the phone using an application and was put into Dropbox. The document accessed on the MacBook and downloaded, then manipulated using photo editing websites to wipe the original text and replace it with the racist remarks. Nik also used phony email accounts to pose as New York Times reporter Liam Stack and ABC producer Stephanie Wash in emails to the district attorney's public relations office in April of 2019. So this guy was just pretending to be reporters on top of all the racist crap he was doing, sending prostitutes to his neighbors. He was forging crap. Stack and Walsh testified that they sent no such emails, and Walsh said in a victim impact statement read into the record by Senior Deputy Attorney General Kelly Sekula Wednesday that Nik traded on a name she had spent 14 years building as reputable and cost her time and money in preparing for trial. Defense attorney Norm Pattis told Kumsuzi Wednesday that his client would appeal and that he did not intend to re-argue the case, but maintained that Nik is a journalist. Really? So anybody can just create a website and become is a journalist and is protecting a source that allowed him to view the actual email and copy it into his notebook. While Nik did use the email template, Pattis said he did so in a way that he did not think anyone would reasonably conclude Roney was the author. Sekula said this claim was absolutely ridiculous given the wealth of evidence that Delaware County investigators had compiled showing Nik created the email on his computer the day the story ran, as well as texts with other reporters in which Nik allegedly said they should investigate the whole of adult probation and parole beginning with Roney. He added that even after investigators had the name of the alleged sender, they were still unable to find any record of any such email being sent, and that people supposedly copied on the email all denied ever having seen it. No county employee sent that email, period. It is a complete and utter fabrication. Nik continues to quadruple down. Who's that sound like? He continues to quadruple down on the idea that he is in the right despite failing to provide even a shred of credible evidence supporting his claim, and that he does not care about the consequences of his actions. Conduct like this undermines county confidence in the judicial system, in the media, and undermines the ability to root out racism where it actually exists. So it's like things like this. I was talking about that hate, that divide that's fueled earlier. This stuff like this fuels that. Stephanie said, shame on you for what you did. Shame on you for calling yourself a journalist, where a true journalist has a responsibility to report truth, facts, and truth. Roney was given a victim impact statement, and he said he believed he had helped Nik mature during his probationary period. He said Nik actually thanked him and said there should be more people like him in the justice system. He appeared, keyword, appeared to change. But when he saw the email, Roney said it blew his mind that he was being associated with racism after working 14 years to establish a reputation as a trustworthy and fair person, regardless of race or gender. I'm not a racist, he said. Employees of adult probation and parole are not racist. In fact, your racist statements from your prior conviction have proven that you are the only racist person currently in this courtroom. Roney said there was talk around the office and courthouse before the telltale signature line on the phony email, and he was questioned by detectives. He did not know how his family would take it, whether he would lose his job or if his safety was in jeopardy. Roney said he still does not know why Nik singled him out, but he considers him a con man, interested only in his own agenda. Roney added that he thinks Nik does deserve jail time, but that was secondary to his reputation as a journalist being forever tarnished. The most important thing to come to me from this entire ordeal is that as a result of your conviction, you have been proven to be a liar, a coward, and branded as a fake journalist with not one single ounce of credibility, Roney said. I can stand here totally satisfied knowing that anything you write, publish, or report on in the future will be laughed at. But it's not being laughed at right now, and that's what's sad. Because we forget stuff so quickly. We are just instant gratification and instantaneously move on to the next thing in this culture. Said sentencing is usually the hardest part of his job, but Nik had made it easy. He pointed to other instances of racism displayed by the defendant, including an incident where he called 911 to falsely report that an officer had used the N word over a police radio. So the racism in this room sits right there at that table, pointing at Nik. You tried to direct that racism from your heart to the probation department and to Mr. Roney in particular. Capozzi indicated that he was sentencing in the aggravated range because he found Nik's conduct was malicious, cold-hearted, and designed to degrade Roney, his office, and the county, which expended a great deal of money and other resources due to Nik's actions. The YC News website URL for the story is now listed as unavailable for legal reasons, which it explains as a specific status code for a resource which cannot be served for legal reasons, such as a web page censored by a government. The online publication refers to Nik as the first journalist charged and convicted in America while acting under the scope of his employment as an international news correspondent. It also apologizes to Roney and clarifies he was not the sender of the email. The note claims YC News used his email as a template for the reproduction of the alleged racist email shown to Nik by unidentified sources. So he just continues to lie about it. Just continues to lie about it. He was released. Yeah, he was released about this, but it wasn't the same jail. The fact that these two felons are working together to catch another felon to arrest or demise life makes me chuckle, right? He's the one behind the. Oh, was he, Teresa? I didn't know that. Yep, he just started his YouTube channel. After watching the video, go to the comment section. It has links for every fraud he has done. Okay, sorry, I watched it and then came back here, but I'll go check that out. Let me see. Oh, good. 11 years. I love that. My son was. Okay, I read that one. Sorry, I'm scrolling down, but my StreamYard jumped because I was reading that for so long. Oh, thank you, Salty C. You're such a doll. We're gonna have our membership donation stream in a couple days for the month. So thank you for the donation. That was super nice of her. Yeah, he does. He totally sucks. Just it completely erases fabrication. Thank you for sharing what we're talking about. We're going over Nik the Hat that everybody keeps playing. He's the guy out there covering the Danilo Cavalcante stuff. Welcome to the Streets, Okie Crime News. He does. He just got it. Yep, typed it out himself, Pixie. Nik the Hat and Blowhard Penny would make a cute couple. Oh, he was just trying to destroy people's lives, and then he leaked the tapes. Thank you, Audrey. JLR and Nik have been friends. They have. I've known they've been friends. You sent me an email. Okay, I'll check that out. They've been friends since Gabby Petito. I'm sure it went before that too. But all that racist stuff. All this needs to be brought to light since he's popping up all of a sudden during these. Yeah. And I get it. I get wanting to use their footage because they're out there showing you continual footage on the ground and you have something to look at as you're commentating. I just want you to be aware that I know he's commentating as well, and what he's saying very well could be fabricated. I see. I know that Burden has talked about it because I sent her the articles, so she was able to say on her channel that, yeah, okay, this guy's bad news. Most subs don't care. That's why these channels still have that. Right. Thousands in their chat. Thousands. They just want the content. Hey, Unseen. How you doing, love? My ladybug legs is in the house. I need to message you, ladybug legs. I can't even fathom a journalist doing this stuff. I know. And is he getting a lot of donations? Well, I mean, he is out there standing. Let me check my email real quick. But just know that this guy is not a good guy. Maybe prison changed him. I don't know if he's done anything new since all of this, but I was honestly shocked when I seen that he was back. I didn't even know he was out of jail. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so most of this is what I just read, pretty much. I didn't know he did the Watts stuff. The criminality told us about. Forging those emails are bad enough. I know someone's covered him here. I'll drop you guys this link because it's an hour-long video. I have not watched it, but it's by Doug Papa Podcast 9 months ago. It's Nik the Hat, felon, racist, fake news reporter, fraud, liar, and still in prison. So this is before he was released. You guys can check it out. Let's see. Nope. And then here's the following one of him now out of prison. And this one's only a minute here. I'll play this one. Turn the volume down. That was really loud. I don't know if that's copyright. On November 19th, the Doug Papa Podcast published episode 127 titled Nik the Hat, felon, racist, blah, blah, blah. I read that. Let's see. There's Nik the Hat. According to public records of the Department of Corrections, he was released on May 24th and is currently on parole status. Okay, so that's what Chronicles had in her video too. I think that's it. Oh. Wow, this guy does a lot of exposing. Ooh. It is wild. I didn't know the part about him sending prostitutes to his neighbor and then turning them into the police. He's just driving around in circles. I don't get the 16,000 people watching the same road for hours upon hours. I mean, I did use a little clip from his video where that white van's pulling away. And so sometimes they do get useful footage. Just be aware that what he's telling you is probably not the truth. I mean, he has a past of forging these publications. They're they work together as journalists, and they have for quite some time. Since he is on parole, is he able to cross state lines? I don't know. It depends on the terms of his parole, his probation. They all have different terms. I've never heard of him until this. Really? You wouldn't let him sleep under your porch? Yeah, he's 5'6". I'm so curious how him and JL are actually. I don't know. I don't know how they met. You fell asleep to him driving around? She let Jose sleep under her porch. She did, didn't she? Um, Teresa, if you're still listening though, can you send me what you know about him leaking the Watts tapes? Because I would like to look at that later. I don't need to look at it now on the live, but I would like to look at that later. Because that's crazy. Well, I mean, all of this is crazy. Don't get me wrong. I was just skimming through these articles to see if there's anything different than what I already read. He used any means to create a false narrative, is what the Delaware County District Attorney said about him. He was also criticized the officials who jumped on the bandwagon knowing these claims may be false and were willing to believe the very worst about people without a shred of evidence. Oh, here's something a little different. It says that this is not Nik the Hat's first run-in with the law. In May 2015, officials said Nik used the website Backpage. Okay, this is the part about okay, it just explains it in further detail. He used the website Backpage to call escorts for his neighbors, and then when the escorts arrived, he called 911 to report the suspicious vehicles in which the women arrived. Later, he called the escorts with threats and racist comments. Nik is also a serial prank caller, once calling a hospital patient to yell anti-Semitic slurs. This is not a good guy, y'all. Officials said they also found a police taser. Okay, we heard about that. It's unclear how he obtained it. They put out a warrant for him and he ran, but I guess he turned himself in later. Dang. So he's down with swatting people or pranking people. They call him a tabloid writer in this publication. Let me see if there's anything different in here. He tried to drum up attention for himself by creating the false Stephanie Walsh and Liam Stack emails, and when that failed, he turned his attention to a story that would generate publicity: racism in high levels of county government, and it worked. Nik's attorney described his client as America's most reliable fake news reporter. Who would use that to describe their... Information comes to reporters from sources who do not want to be disclosed, and reporters protect the identity of those sources and seek to confirm or corroborate what those sources have told them. That is what Nik the Hat did in this case. Right. Right. His purpose was to engage law enforcement. His purpose was to get them to conduct an investigation. His purpose was to ask for help he had been denied. And then the prosecution claimed that in truth, his aim was much simpler. This case boils down to one thing, one person, Nik, she said. His ego, his need for attention, and his complete disregard for others. Oof. Dang, dang, dang. Yeah, be careful with this guy. Be careful. Whose channel is gone? Yes, your content is Nik's publication. It's a Facebook page too. That's where oh my. Okay. Charlotte who? Charlotte on the web? Charlotte's channel is gone. Everyone is under. Someone called the cops on him last night? Is that I don't know which Charlotte you're talking about. Are you talking about Charlotte on the web or a different Charlotte? Man, these people seem dangerous in a sense. Filing a false police report or calls to a murder. Right. They just go above and beyond. Take things way too far. Ooh, let me look it up. I've only watched Charlotte on the web once. I don't know anything about her, or maybe twice. But I do know she had read she was one that had read Queen's article, or what's it called? Lawsuit. Sorry. You put on Charlotte on the web and it takes you to, let me go to channel because it takes you to a bunch of Charlotte's web stuff. Yeah, I'm not seeing her. What would she have been terminated for? Or did she take it down herself? Thank you. You could hear the call on the scanner? Right, he's taking a fellow call. Somebody called the cops on someone that was live streaming while looking for the escapee. Mm. Oh, someone called because he was speeding. Yeah, I'd only watched 2 streams of her, but she seemed really nice. I enjoyed it. They reported him for I don't think it's illegal to stream, is it? They called on him speeding and live streaming to catch the nut job. Oh, you heard, oh, Queen had it playing. Cops called on Nick. Oh my goodness. I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are very familiar with him. Dispatch said a live streamer, but I did. No, Nick is a male. He's on Twitter under Nik the Hat, and he's been live streaming pretty much every second of the escape convict situation. And he just started a YouTube channel, but I'm not gonna put it out there. Yeah, it is unnecessary to call law enforcement when it's not necessary. Thank you, Sandy. Oh my, felons chasing a felon. Oh, you found? I can't find it. If anybody, I don't know if Daddy Rapper, if you can. I know you're considered a troll, but if you could like pop up here just to plop the link in back chat, I won't add you to this stream, but I can't even find her link, but maybe because I wasn't following her. I don't know. We do miss her lives, don't we? I know now why I don't get on YouTube streets too much. I appreciate it. Right. These streets are crazy. They are insane. I can't believe I'm gonna check out the Facebook page that, or see if there's videos on it out there that Teresa told us about. I'm sure someone did clips about what she's saying about him. Let me see if I can find that. Leaking the Watts tapes. It might just take a while, the searching. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Did I? No, let me go back and check it. Dixie said, just went to her Twitter and she hasn't posted anything. Clicked her link to her video from yesterday, and when it tried popping up the YouTube. Okay, let me try it that way. I'll go to her Twitter real quick before I pull up this video I found about Nik the Hat. Is it on the or duh web? Never mind, I found her. Okay, there's her YouTube. Thank you. Thank you for that tip. Yeah, okay, here's what it says. Pull that up. This page isn't available. Sorry about that. Try searching for something else. And that comes from clicking her YouTube channel. Okay, wait, there's two. I clicked this one down here and it led me to this. Let me go back and click the other link. So now I'm going to click this link. Oh, it says right here, this account has been terminated for violation of YouTube's terms of service. What did she do to get completely annihilated? Did she have like a bunch of strikes? There are a lot of felons. I think there's just a lot of felons in the world, maybe. Some felonies are little and some are huge. Yeah. I don't know what happened. Yeah, it just if anyone's like a consistent follower of hers, maybe terminated. Wow. Violation of YouTube's terms of service. I'm not seeing, there's nothing on her September 9th. She was covering Michelle and doxing. On the 8th, she covered Michelle, Bot, and Ruby Frankie. She's been covering Ruby Frankie, it looks like. And that Bot situation, I tried listening to a little bit of Jenny Jinjin the other night. I don't know those players, so I really just didn't follow along with it, but it looks like that's what she's been covering. So I don't know. I don't know what she did that would just get her completely terminated. That's crazy. She was talking about the same person over and over. I think that's classed as bullying in their new terms of service rules. Really? Charlotte on the web. I'll go back to her Twitter page. You guys can see, because she uses her. She shows her face a lot. You can see that's her. It's Charlotte on the web. This is what it looks like. It has like that little monster looking guy. I thought he was cute. Sorry. Yeah, it looks like. Let's see what happens if I click one of these links. Yep. Video is no longer available because the YouTube account associated with this video has been terminated. Dang. I would watch your channel every so often, but no, dang, she was talking. Okay. It seems like every YouTube street has an overflowing dumpster on every corner. Yeah, it does. Then how do them other channels that are foul-mouthed, misinformation bullies keep? I don't know. Maybe they're not being turned in. New community guidelines are kicking in. Really? YouTube says you can't consistently go at one person, one or two videos, and you need to move on. Really? Let me look up their terms of service. I do want to move on to some stuff about summer, but let me look this up. What are their new terms of service? This was new YouTube that had to be accepted by July 10th. not. Okay. The latest I'm seeing on Google is from July 10th. Let me see. This is just talking about monetization. Yeah, stop with the alien content. Oh, yeah. I'm not seeing like something that says you can't cover the same thing. But it doesn't mean it's not there. I'm just not seeing it. That's all about monetization. This guy did a video on it. Let me see if he did chapters. Okay, new creator, music expansions, creator monetizations.
This is just a really exciting time. I could not be happier to be a creator and to be part of this. I have to ask you, from the perspective of YouTube and from your position right now, are you very optimistic about anybody who wants to get started in the creator economy? I know that there are a lot of people who are like, they feel it's too late, they feel they missed the boat. I feel YouTube Shorts gives a new breath of fresh air into beginners for YouTube. As a product developer that focuses on creators and on our career and on our future, like, what are your thoughts about newbies entering the creator economy and who are new in the space? Like, are you optimistic about their chances?
I am. Look, the one thing that's been true over the 15 years since we...
No, that is tremendous. I think two of my last questions before we go, and then unless there's anything you'd like to add, I want to ask you about YouTube's foray into podcasting real quick, because I saw the announcement. I'm really excited as a podcaster myself to see the YouTube, podcasting in the Explore tab.
I'm just quickly going through these.
Out of that and post that as my audio podcast and distribute it to all the other places where people can enjoy an audio only format. So I've benefited tremendously from that. We're looking at taking that content and making clips and shorts from it as well on my highlights channel. So I'm really excited about the podcasting ecosystem for YouTube and any feature developments that come from that.
I'm not really talking about like what you can and can't do, just talking about new features. So, oh, thank you, Teresa. YouTube emailed a link to the video for creators. Shows you how much I pay attention. That's because they email it to my Google account. I never check it, or my Gmail account. Let me see. I just figure if I get taken down, I get taken down. Like, it is what it is. It's just YouTube. Okay, let me see. I did have to, I had to private my last video though, because it had something that I'd never had happen before. It was like banned in 10 countries. So some clip that I played was, oh, I should check this out more often. I have a couple of it's just copyright claims. Oh, I was gifted a membership over at Tragedy Pimps Exposed. What'd you say, a couple weeks ago? Let me see. I'm not seeing anything from him. It's probably in the studio, isn't it? I'll have to go check that out. All right, let's see what Teresa gave us. Oh, wow. Okay, here. I'll show you guys what she said. She dropped in here. So it was your content. I mean, of course I believed her anyway, but here's the proof of it. October 24th, 2020, your content leaked the Watts tapes. All the conversations. A world exclusive prison visit with the Colorado killer Chris Watts and family. And bonus footage. Why do you think this guy does this stuff? I think when the creators start mixing with people like who she was going against, then there is a lot of backlash. At times, we just need to see it's not our job to get the world to see stupid people. Well, that could be true. I'm getting some emails here. What's this? Oh yeah, okay. It's an email about Charlotte on the web, but we showed that it goes to terminated. Crazy, crazy. I know I can't. YouTube creators channel 13 days ago. Let me see if I can do that. Create. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Lip Lock. It's just a quick 4-minute video. Let me speed it up a little. Oops, wrong one. New community guidelines.
YouTube community guidelines strike can be disappointing and worrying for creators. We know that creators often don't break the rules intentionally and just want to get back to making great content. That's why we've put together options for you to learn about our guidelines and resolve warnings you receive when violations do happen. Let's walk you through what each of these options are and what they mean for you and your channel. First, a quick reminder about what community guidelines are. YouTube's community guidelines outline what type of content is and isn't allowed on YouTube. There are a number of community guidelines, such as our impersonation policy, child safety policy, harassment policy, and many more. And these policies apply to all types of content on YouTube and help ensure our community stays protected. So now let's walk through what happens if you violate YouTube's community guidelines and some options you have when violations happen. We've designed a system with guardrails in place to ensure creators have sufficient opportunities to learn from mistakes and make more informed decisions about their content without fear of penalty. When you violate one of our community guidelines, you'll first receive a warning. Once you're notified about your warning, you can review it to find out what policy you violated and what next steps you can take. You'll have 3 options. Option 1, you can take a policy training, which will allow your warning to expire after 90 days if you don't violate that same policy again within that time frame. Option 2, you can appeal the warning if you think the violation was given incorrectly.
Are the trolls entering because I dared mention Nick the Hat's past? I said clearly and concisely that maybe he has changed. I don't know. And to take the information that he is giving you with a grain of salt because he has forged documents multiple times in the past. I'm not telling anyone to call on him. I don't think they should. If he's not doing anything wrong, he absolutely does not need to be reported. Just think, and I highly doubt that the 160 people that are listening to my little tiny channel are going to make a difference in what this guy's doing out there with 12,000 watching his and 12,000 watching JLR's. I really don't think me sharing out a little bit about his past is going to make a huge impact. But for the ones that are listening, I just want them to be aware that take what he's saying with a huge grain of salt. Before ending up in YouTube jail. The directives, they are to pay attention to who you're listening to and verify the information that you're given, no matter who gives it to you, whether it's me, Nick the Hat, Burden of Proof, anyone. Verify it for yourself.
Or option
That's
3,
the
you can do
directive.
nothing and keep the lifetime warning on your channel. Note that there's also flexibility with these options. You can choose to take the training and still also decide to appeal. Or, if you appeal and it's rejected, you can still take the training at that point. In the cases where you choose not to appeal, or you don't successfully appeal, we strongly encourage creators to take the training because it comes with additional benefits. It not only allows you to potentially remove the current warning from your channel, but it also grants you an additional warning if you violate a different community guidelines policy, so you have more opportunities to learn and avoid account restrictions in the future. Let's walk through an example of what this looks like. Let's say you violate one of our community guidelines for the first time. You'll receive a warning and you'll be presented with the 3 options. If you complete the training and don't receive any community guidelines violations for any policies within 90 days, your warning will expire and you'll be back to good standing. If you complete the training and you do receive a community guideline violation for a different policy within 90 days, you'll receive another warning and you'll have the chance to take a new training specifically for that policy. If you choose to not take the training and do nothing, any additional violation for any policy will result in a community guideline strike. Note that after your warning, if you do violate the same policy again within 90 days, you will receive a community guideline strike, even if you completed the training. Remember, if you originally decide to do nothing but then change your mind, you'll always have the opportunity to appeal or to take the training. Now let's walk through what happens when you get a community guideline strike. On your first strike, you won't be able to upload.
See, I didn't know that. I thought that the appeal ran out over time. I didn't realize that you could always, if you do nothing at all, you can always go back and do the appeal whenever you want.
Stream, or make certain edits on your channel for 1 week after you review the strike. After the 1-week period, we restore full privileges automatically, but the strike remains on your channel for 90 days. If you get a second strike within the same 90-day period as your first strike, you will not be allowed to post content for 2 weeks. If there are no further issues after the 2-week period, we restore full privileges automatically. Each strike will not expire until 90 days from the time it was issued. 3 strikes in the same 90-day period results in your channel being permanently removed from YouTube. We understand mistakes happen, and many creators don't violate our policies intentionally. So we hope this system gives creators the chance to learn more about our community guidelines.
It doesn't really talk about new terms of not bullying or not doing the same things over and over. I'll look more into that though. See what it says. I wonder if they send you a video and tell you how wonderful YouTube is to work for. Okay. So just be aware of Nick the Hat and what he's putting out there, what he has put out there in the past, and just verify what he's telling you. That's all I'm sharing with you. Do put out some forged racist emails, as well as did a lot of other racist stuff to his under the name of journalist, and he went to prison for it. So be aware of those things. Be highly aware of them. Now I want to talk a little bit about the Summer Wells community because let me just show you this real quick. This is the Summer Wells channel. Look at these lovely creators up here doing all the things for summer. Day after
Daisy, here's Daisy, man.
night after night.
She's kicking the can, right? Oops, sorry, Can. You know I can't walk around. I got to drive this scooter.
You should
Right?
you should put Sam's Club on the side.
There's Daisy. There's Can. Can like what the Can's like, what the fuck you doing, Daisy? What you doing?
Squirrel there.
Don't worry, Can. Mommy will clean you up. All right. Mommy will clean you up. Sorry, Grandma, but you needed a mother freaking power washer for that one. Right? You need a power washer to chisel all that shit away. Unbelievable.
Hey, PG, that one picture that you had of Donnie and Candace and Daisy looked like Shrek in that picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right up like Shrek.
Yeah, Shrek was Daisy, Fiona was Can, and Donald was the donkey.
Yeah. And in this one, Donald becomes a
Dante.
Absolutely. There you go.
That is scary. That's like biohazard material right there.
That's what your baby would have looked like.
Oof.
Right.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
So you guys get the point. There's a whole lot more. I dropped the link to that whole live if you want to go check it out for yourself. It's just whatever. They are terrible memes. But I wanted to show you, and that live was at like 3 a.m, and there was like 1,000 people in there watching at 3 a.m, watching Summer Wells channel, all these donations flying into Summer Wells channel. But you guys know me, I don't have any issue with people taking in their super chats and all those things, but it's being done over there under the name of a missing little girl. All these creators coming together to bash other creators, and now the troll wars are starting between them. And I think it's going to get messier and crazier, and I don't know about y'all, but I don't have time to invest in following along with those troll wars. It's insane what's about to happen, what is happening currently, and what is about to get even worse, in my opinion. But I know there's going to be some great channels covering it, like the Jerks will probably cover it because Ziggy's up there involved in it, and I'm sure there will be lots of channels covering the back and forth. It just breaks my heart that these are supposed to be the people advocating for her on social media. Yeah, you just have to. You just can't. I can't wait. I'm so shocked to see. And then halfway through that one, then Daisy went live and she was hitting back at him pretty hard, and she had trolls over there, and there was probably 400 people in there watching that, and it just blows my mind that those willing to invest the time in that soap opera, because that's what it is. It's a soap opera. Make no mistakes. That's not advocating. That's a soap opera y'all got going on. And it's a hot mess. Yeah, dumpster fires for sure, right? Right. But I want to show you guys what those, and I even want to talk about some creators that are here on YouTube doing stuff, doing actual stuff. Let me see here. Let me start with even creators you might not enjoy are doing real things for summer. Real tangible things. So Tiffany and Benny have been working pretty hard on this billboard campaign thing. I'm not going to say anything negative about it. I think it kind of started out a little messy, but they turned it into something great. And now there's Summer Wells is on billboards in over 17 states. It says here that was 10 days ago. It might be more since then. They have a map on there. Let me see. It's an hour long, so I'm not going to play the whole thing, but let me see if I can see the map. Oh, I saw it for a split second there. There you go. Looks like they have the Northeast, like pretty much across the whole country: Florida, Texas, Arizona, California, Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Utah, Colorado, Illinois, Wisconsin, Ohio, Virginia. Are there none in Tennessee? Alabama. I don't know if that's Connecticut. Oh no, New York. I think that's New York City up there. So they've got that going on where they have these blip billboards across the country for summer. I think it's a wonderful thing. They deserve all the praise for that. How can you can't put down something bad like that, nor should you. It's amazing, and I'm just so proud of the people putting in the work. And there's even people on Twitter who are doing this blip billboard campaign. That's real tangible things for summer. Are the people showing up and praising that? Right. You don't have to be a fan of them either to say that that's an amazing thing. It truly is. And this weekend, locals, including Candace, came together and had a booth at the Bailington Days. I can't remember what the name of it was. Hang on, let me see if I can find a community post here real quick. It'll tell me what it was exactly. Was it just the Bailington Days? Is that what it's called? Okay, that's what I thought. It is. It was very beautiful, and they worked very hard on putting that stuff together. I went to look at Tracy's community tab because I thought she would have it, but she has this post here. I hadn't even read it yet, and it's exactly what I'm going to hit on. Main point, so we're all clear. If everything is about summer, then why no streams about this? Huge event, and she's got a huge table. And Jinkies went out there and live streamed it. She said, I bet if Jinkies went live saying Candace was a no-show, she would have 600 people on her live yesterday. But nah, it doesn't work that way here. The event in Tennessee is beautiful. A huge table for the missing. Funny how it's not much spoken on. Maybe because Candace helped set up and has shown up 2 days in a row. Maybe because it just doesn't fit a narrative of how they do nothing regarding summer ever. I was listening to the neighbor say how she'd mind the boys or one or two when they were school functions and stuff. You mean Dawn and Candace went to school functions? Nah, worst parents ever. Impossible. I'm sure they skipped every function. Her point is though, is people are showing up for the drama. They're showing up for the drama. But Jinkies did a video on this. Who's showing up to watch that? This positive thing being done where celebrities are there, and I know she was able to tag Paunch on Twitter, so that more people are going to see Summer's name just from that tag. I don't know if Nana's still listening. Did I hear you say on Jinky's stream that some singer's daughter was there? Was it? I don't want to say Garth Brooks if I'm wrong, but I thought that's who it was you said. Not far. In my area, my husband called the Billboard company and they said if it's a missing child, it's free. So we did this back when I was doing true crime just on Twitter. We would do that. We would call, and typically like Lamar and other Billboard companies, they will run an ad, but it's for free, but it's typically only done for about a month unless it's in a location that's not a heavily desired location. Then they might leave it up a little bit longer for free, but typically, yes, you can get a billboard created for about a month for free for a missing child. There might be other agencies that do it longer. Not a done right. I'd like to see if some of it does. I worked on my first. Oh, good job. On BTK. All new info on BTK on Queens. Well, I'm glad you worked on your first live. Yes, Grandma Sherry has a live plan for today too. That'll be good. Right, action to try and find somewhere instead of just drama, but it doesn't get the same attention, and that blows my mind. Garth Brooks. Okay, I thought it Garth Brooks. His daughter was there and took flyers, took some of the flyers for Summer Wells. And even if she doesn't spread them, which I'm hopeful that she will, just her knowing about Summer being missing and sharing that out with other people, that's an amazing thing. Why are why are we not supporting that? Why are we not encouraging that? I tried to send this picture over. Let me see if I can do that. A group of us have, sorry if I'm not whispering. I moved back away from the computer. Sorry. Um, a group of us have got together and we did social media ads because we were thinking, the billboards are great. I think it's an amazing thing that they are doing billboards, but we wanted to focus on what people were paying attention to. And several of our thinkings was, do you really truly pay attention to billboards? Some people might, and I still think it's a great thing to do billboards. Don't get me wrong, that's not what I'm saying. But most of us are on our phone all the time. In fact, a lot of us are on our phone all the time. And I would say that most of the country is the same way. So we wanted to do some targeted social media ads. And if you look at the statistics, you want to do them within a 40-mile radius of where the child goes missing. So, Krama Mama, Yo Sassy, whatever her name is this week, she completely funded without asking. None of us asked for any donations, completely funded them. And she had created a video and put it on Facebook, and it has over 12,000 views so far. And we're going to look into other places to put those ads on: Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all sorts of social media outlets, so that when you're TikTok, you're just scrolling through and you see an ad, maybe someone will see that video or that flyer of Summer, and it'll trigger something in their mind. Does it still sound like I'm whispering? Sorry. And then Tracy also reached out to the movie theater there in Kingsport. I know Ladybug Legs will remember, if you're still in here, which movie theater that was. And they are running an ad in their lobby for free for us. So many people go to the movies, and it's a highly desired ad spot, and they're doing it for free. And I know there's other people. I know Trev over at Trev Time. He's out there spreading flyers and continually posting good Kingsport at the mall. That's where it was. Thank you, Fort Henry Mall. So there are so many good things happening for summer, and nobody's talking about them. Nobody. Let me see. Let's just go here to that drama stream of Fair Gardens. 9.4 thousand views a day ago. Almost 10,000 views. Let's go to Jinkies, where she live streamed this event at Summer's Day. 2.2. 2.2. I agree. I truly, truly believe that had she live streamed and said, Mom and Dad didn't show up and they're pieces of crap, that number would probably be closer to the 10,000 mark. There's so many good things out there happening. And it goes back to what we were talking about at the beginning of this stream. I don't know why we focus on the negative and the hate and the division when we could truly be doing great things. Right, Lady Tara. It's become the Dawn and Candace show. Hey, Winnie the Pup. Thanks, LeBlog. And it's not just summer. It's so many things too. You know, we could be talking about the good. And I'm not pointing fingers and blaming because look, I put out clips about things all the time that are like, hey, why are you talking about that instead of the good? It's just a realization and a focus. And these troll wars, I'm really concerned that these troll wars that are taking place with porn bombs in the name of a missing child are going to get out of control. They're already out of control, if you ask me. And it's gross. And I don't know if the individual doing it is just doing it to pump up their channel or to get clout or to any other things, but it's disgusting. Even if that channel, even if Prayer Garden and Daisy aren't talking about something positive and they're talking about drama, they're still always talking about summer. And so to go over there and to porn bomb them in the midst of that, it's fucking sick. And you need to check yourself in the head for that. Get a grip on reality and stop it. Y'all are crazy. Crazy. Sometimes I look at some of the antics and I'm just like, grow up. Like, my kids didn't even do this crap as high schoolers. Not even as junior high people. Come on. And why? Why are you doing it? Why? I don't understand it. Yes, at the movie theater, her ads play with all the paid ads. So she's like the flyer that Tracy made up is getting cycled through there. It's a great thing. Billboards recommended within 40 miles of where a child went missing. Yep. Just the porn. I'm sorry. The porn bombing is just frustrating me. It's just continually happening over and over, and the trolling and what's the point? I feel the same. People need to do some real soul searching. Yep. Right, Pixie. almost 10,000 views for drama, and a stream where she was live streaming something good for summer was just 2,000. It's just sad. Hey, Be Real, I hope you're having a good day at work. A creator was stating misinformation last night. I was going to go up and explain why Summer's age was 6 instead of 7 after she took a screenshot of my face. She refused to allow me up. Oh, on your flyer? So Nana's banner on the back of that booth that they created has Summer's age at 6 because her flyer is from when Summer was 6 at a different event. And it just didn't have the opportunity to update the banner. Why focus on that? The fact that her face was out there, flyers with the correct information on it are out there and they are being distributed. Why are we not focused on that? Rockabit, it is. It is. And I think that I think that the drama and the craziness is fun for a season for everyone. Don't get me wrong. I think we all enjoy it. I enjoy watching it when I'm not involved in it. I enjoy watching drama when it's not surrounding a missing child's case. When it's surrounding a missing child's case, I have a different viewpoint of it. But I think we all just hit a season of life where we're like, why is this continuing? My daughter, I'm headed over to her house next. She's like, hey, can you bring dishwashing tabs? We just enter a season of life where we get sick of it. I would say that a big portion of us came here because we are genuinely interested in true crime, whether it be missing cases or murder cases or any just cases in general. And we've lost track of that. I know I have. She called me a turd liquor, cursed me, and gave me. Oh, I know exactly who you're talking about just based on that description. Oh my gosh. Oh, Nana. Oh, yeah, I could. I could do that right now. I could change it to Candace, enough is enough. We're sick of your drama. Something like that. Or just tag Summer in it, or just put her name in the title. It's crazy. It's disgusting to do the porn bombs. Like, why? That creator sure going something. Yeah. It's becoming such a he said, she said fight. I'm right, you're wrong that people don't seem to be focused on reality anymore. Yep. Never in my life have I seen adults or kids for that matter act the way some of these people do. Twin thing, exactly. It's what I'm saying. Like, my kids, when they were kids, didn't even act like this. It is crazy. I don't know if and that's why, when we were talking earlier about the divisiveness in this country, like, is it just an online thing? Because you go out into the real world and you don't feel that most of the time. My nearly 10-year-old goddaughter is more mature than to call someone such a goofball thing, right? 22 years ago, the world changed and we got nice for a while. We mentioned that this morning, Elizabeth. You remember September 12th, 2001? September 12th, 2001. What happened to that country? Where did we go? How did we get so far off base? All of us. The name calling and body shaming. Yeah. And it's both ways, right? It goes both ways in all directions. None of us are infallible in it. No one wants to see your junk. And I don't want to see any porn person's junk either. Like, if I wanted to watch a porn, I'd go watch a freaking porn. No one needs you to hop up on a panel and play porn. Like, stop. Just stop. Is that what it is? Did they take soap operas off the air so we watch them online now? And that's fine though, Melissa. I think it's completely fine. There are drama channels out here. There is nothing wrong with that. Don't mistake what I'm saying as saying, "Oh no, we shouldn't have drama channels." Like I get it, but we shouldn't have drama channels masquerading as missing persons channels. That's my issue. We shouldn't have trolls going around porn bombing and masquerading that they are advocating for a missing child. That's my issue. Hey, True Texan. I made a comment in BHB's chat I'm gonna have to watch your chat this morning. You're the second person. You and Laura mentioned something. What did she do on her live today? I wasn't unkind, no curse words, etc. And they came after me down to telling me my parents must have hated me. What? Make that make sense. No, we didn't forget it. We just have more platforms with which to spout our hate to the world. That's true. Yes, please keep your dangly bits to yourself. Find a new special way to show your Oh, please keep your penis in your pants. I don't know how I can't get any more blunt than that. Keep your penis in your pants. As the stomach turns. I'm sure you know how that is. I need right. Right. That's why I said here lately, I've just been listening to a bunch of other content creators, and I don't know, maybe I'll get back into just true crime over here. Nothing, not the drama. I love digging into cases. I love finding out information and sharing out factual information. I enjoy correcting misinformation, and I don't see that as an attack on a person. It's just saying, "Hey, that was wrong." And you want to get it right when you're talking about true crime. And so I enjoy all that. So maybe we'll get more into that. This is the next outlet. Zip that fly. I'm still going back to the kids growing up getting trophies. You are stuck on the participation trophy scam. Uh, who's been we don't know. It's a troll going around. I mean, I'm sure we all have a great idea of who it is. We're on to you, dude. But it's just annoying. It's just annoying. There's got to be a better way to get money, though. The money that you make here on YouTube is peanuts. As a creator, I don't know if everybody's aware of this or not. As a creator, the bulk of the money that you make, I've got a frog in my throat, is from either super chats or from your memberships. Your videos make peanuts, tiny, tiny peanuts. Before I had to fix the monetization issue, my biggest video had almost 300,000 views. That video didn't even make $1,000. Actually, we never even got it because we ended up being demonetized. But for the most part, video that's like 10,000 views or under, you're looking at a very, very small amount of money, especially when it's a true crime video or a drama video, because it's going to be yellow and not green. The one that I had that had the big views, it was green because it was just information. But if there's bad words in it or stuff, it's going to be yellow. So you're going to get even less money. So a small amount. The bulk is from Cash Apps and memberships. That's why we donate, or I donate all the memberships here. All the membership money gets completely donated. That's probably 75% of what this channel brings in is memberships. And so it's definitely those channels that are pumping out their memberships and their super chats that are taking in a huge amount of money. But but why? Like, why? There's other ways to be making it. You don't need to engage in that behavior at all, especially when it concerns a missing child. A child. Could you imagine? Just put yourself And you don't have to agree with the parents or side with the parents or anything like that. I'm not asking you to do that. Everyone's free to have their own opinion on Summer's parents, but put yourself in that position. Put yourself in Brandy Neal's position that your 5, 6, 7-year-old child is missing, and you have people out there raking in thousands of dollars a month from trolls and drama surrounding your missing child. That's crazy. Just because you throw their name in a hashtag, you have this, you build these communities around their children. You think it's ego driven? Not when they are throwing out their cash app. Yeah, yeah. As Grandma Sherry says, buy the coffee. You don't still have to do that. She's so cute. And half of them got kids running around listening to all that rubbish. And like I said, there's a place for drama on this platform. There surely is. I just don't think it's around a missing child. Oh, thank you, Notre Dame. I do enjoy the true crime ones a lot. Was going off of the PI in the case she's covering and said that the guy shouldn't be asking for travel expenses in a hotel. I simply mentioned that's what she does. That's so true though. That's you're not wrong. Like you're not wrong. Why shouldn't the PI be? I'm definitely gonna have to watch that. I gotta hear her talk. Oh my goodness. And that's fine if that's what they want to do. I just don't think it should be done around a missing case or things like that. Right? If it was your child or your grandchild, I would have to be medicated into oblivion if my child. Oh, Remy, me too. I would be in a ball in the corner, and you would probably have to give me an IV of something if my child went missing. Even now, as adults, I would. And that's fine, but that's what, they put in a lot of research. They use a lot of information to gather up and put that out, and that's what we have to go off of for the next 2 years, or hopefully it won't be that long. Hopefully she's found before then. Right, I enjoy some good drama from time to time. I do. I enjoy listening to the jerks over you don't. You wanna see my feet? I do have cute feet, but no. Um, I do enjoy listening to the jerks when they're slamming on City and stuff, but they don't do it about a missing child or, 6 and stuff, but it's just crazy. It's just crazy to me. Why oops, sorry, I didn't mean to highlight the show me your feet comment. People are wild, y'all. Um, we could be focusing on this and less on the porn bombs. That's all I'm saying. My first my grandchildren, first day of school, they rode the bus home because I was there. Bus comes, not the grand. Oh, I would have died. I would have died. My daughter, my daughter scared the bejesus out of me one time. She was, let's see, Marshall was 5. He was in no, he was only 4, so she would have been 3. He was in preschool, and he went to a preschool, and it was only a block and a half away. It was a private preschool. It wasn't like the state ones or at the school. And so every morning we'd take him to preschool for just like 2, 3 hours. He wasn't there very long. And Morgan obviously went with us. And then her and I came back home and do whatever. And I went to our laundry room, started a load of laundry, put a load of laundry in the dryer, and I came out, and my daughter wasn't in the living room playing. She wasn't in her playroom. She wasn't in her bedroom. I started checking the whole house. I start panicking a little bit, yelling for her. I go outside. I'm still in my PJs. I go outside, search our backyard. She wasn't there. I come around the front, and that's when like that panic really set in. And I was like, oh my God, where is she? Just as my neighbor drives up with my daughter sitting in her passenger seat, my 3-year-old. Well, Morgan had decided she wanted to go to preschool with Marshall that day. And so she had taken it upon herself to go out the front door and start walking towards his preschool. Thank goodness this neighbor, who's actually the principal of our local school and a lovely woman, saw her and picked her up and brought her home. It was less than 10 minutes, but it was the worst feeling ever, ever. I can't imagine what some of these parents feel. Days, months, years go by, not knowing. It is the most awful feeling. And it was beautiful, Miss Chewy. We had a lot of people stop and took the flyers. Bring summer home. Oh, I was gonna play this video. Let me grab it real quick because Pixie made it so cute. Let me see here. I saved it. It's really short, but it's sweet. It's not just summer that they're showing either. Look at this. There's so many missing kids. I don't know if they're all Tennessee missing kids. Those are all Tennessee. There's Layla. I see her. I don't know if they have other states or if it's all just Tennessee on this board, but still, it's not just summer that they're showcasing. They're also sharing out other kids as well. I like that end until she comes in. Good job. Lost you at Disney. Oh, I would have died. Disney World. Oh. My little brother decided to play hide and seek without telling anyone when he was around 4. He fell asleep in his closet waiting to be found with the whole neighborhood searched for him in panic. Oh my goodness. Hey, Mind of Monsters. Oh, I know. There should be no this side and that side, and so if you're seen in that chat room, well, I agree with that, Kiki. Who cares? Who cares what chat room you go into? They're all in Tennessee. Okay, good deal. According to the TBI, an average of 500 to 600 kids under the age of 18 go missing each month throughout the state. Tips from the public play a vital role in helping find Tennessee's missing children. Very beautiful. Hey, Valoma, how you doing, love? You've been wrapped up in some drama yourself. I'm sorry that's happening for you. Yeah, who cares? Who cares? Y'all chat wherever you want. Could you imagine being out there in the real world at a diner with someone and someone comes in and be like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe you're over here having lunch with these people." What? Oh, it kills me. This place kills me. I would love to see a coordinated effort for missing children's flyers to be given to truckers and posted at truck stops. They see a lot. Back this summer, we were at SeaWorld, and this little girl walks up, grabs my legs, not a word of English. She was with us for 20 minutes. Mom comes out of nowhere as I'm trying to find a park employee. Oh my goodness. I got really sick with the flu, so he went to stay at grandma's. I woke from a fever and couldn't find it. Oh, yeah, that panic though. You lost 3 creators because you went to a chat room that I guess they didn't like. Huh. Whatever. I don't care if y'all are over at freaking. I can't think of who I dislike the most on this platform. I don't care about it. I don't care if you're over at JLR's chat and do whatever you want to do. I'm ready when you are. Right. She does need to F the haters. F them all. I can just feel that panic, like, that sets in your throat when your kid's, like, out of your eyesight and you don't know where they are. Right, that's what I was thinking, like, I know a lot of people say that truck drivers see a lot, they do, but honestly, they're also just sometimes they're just steering wheel holders, and they're really just trekking to their next destination and trying to stay awake in between stops, and they're, going into the truck stop to grab a bite, get a shower, and they're out, but there's not a lot of places to post flyers. I do think that I know in Monkey's case, they put like a billboard on the truck itself. Now, I think that's a great idea. I think that's a really great idea. Right. Just be cool. Don't be all uncool. That's what we say. This is the first of anyone's life that I've caught in a few weeks. Little turned off by aftermath of my first. Oh, wait. What first? No, that's not true. I've seen you. I've seen you in several different spots, ma'am. Um, in fact, I think it was like right after that live you were over at Crumble Mama's, and she hasn't been live in a minute. It is crazy to tell people where to go or not to go. And people think you're suggesting that. Like when I was telling you all the truth about Nik the Hat, did I once tell you not to go in and watch his content? No, I said just be aware that what you're listening to probably isn't the truth. Or at least verify that it is the truth. Because the dude's a fraud. He's forged documents, he's forged information. So be aware that you might not be getting the truth from that individual. But I'm not saying don't go over there, don't consume his content. Don't be a dick. I haven't seen Richard Hanley's been in my comments, but I haven't seen him in my live. I hope he's doing good. Richard, if you re-listen to this, I hope you're well, love. I worry about you. For Monkey, we gave some to the friends, delivery drivers. They posted them at all the stores they went to. Well, a lot of truck stops don't allow that, so I'm happy they were able to post them at places. That's good. A lot of the good creators have backed away from their. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of a lot to come on. Like when you just kind of get sick and tired of everything, it becomes a chore, and I don't ever want this to be a chore. Everyone needs to leave kids alone on this platform and hug your babies today. Never know when it will be your last. That's so true. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. One of my son's best friends died last year. He was in the Air Force also, and he died on Labor Day of 22. And Marshall even has a tattoo for him and it's just such a huge impact to our community too. Our whole community was devastated. Just a few days ago, his cousin died as well. He was also in the Air Force, and it just their whole family is just rattled. Again, our whole community is just shaken. And what you're saying, legs for days, yeah, you just never know when it's going to be your last goodbye or when it's going to be your last hug. If you did, you'd probably make it 10 times bigger or something, but we never know when it's going to be the last one. In 2022, I carried flyers to every motocross and supercross race I went to across the country. A lot of people didn't know about summer. Right, they don't. Outside of this bubble on YouTube, a lot of people don't. Another thing that I do, and I guess not a lot of people are aware of, I learned it from my time on Twitter, is whenever I'm on a flight, whenever I'm in another state, anywhere where there's a bunch of people, airdrop her flyer. Just if you're an iPhone user. I don't know if Android has something like that, but just get on airdrop, press airdrop, and I find that most of the time people will accept it. And then someone who's never heard of summer, or never heard of whatever missing case or individual that you want to share out, it's going to pop up right on their phone. You really want to know what tells me where or not where to go? It is the chat, the topic, and the guest on panel running their head. Do you mean running their mouth? Is that what you mean by running their head? Oh, got it. At stores. Yes, that's great. A lot of people put work into spread flyers, but didn't bring it to YouTube because I know that's what we were talking about a little while ago is that here's all these great things happening in real life and on the ground and behind the scenes. And when a little bit of it comes to YouTube to be shared, people just don't care. They care about the drama, they care about the trolling of each other. As this pertains to a missing case, they won't care about the positive things of it all. Yeah, it is awful. It is awful. This is a passion, not a hobby, and the drama can be overwhelming. I have to back away for a couple of days and take a break. Take as many breaks as you need. This place is always going to be here. And it's ever changing. I was just telling a friend the other day, a YouTube friend, because they understand YouTube. I don't really talk to my real people about this place too often, unless I'm talking about cases. But these streets are ever changing and ever expanding. There are new creators coming in daily. There are old creators leaving daily. It's an evolving place. There are ups and downs. And the reason I think that the drama gets so bad is that those at the top want to try to remain at the top and think that there's no room for others. And they'll do anything they can to bully out others to remain at that top spot. It's wild. This is a big place, YouTube, not just these little streets or this little section, but in general. There's room for everybody here to do whatever they want. And if that's change their content or advance their content or move it from this or that, that's not a bad thing either. Well, your son and his children are beautiful. They're absolutely beautiful. There are trains going across the country today with Summer's flyer stapled to the inside of locomotives for every crew change. I love that. It does. I'm sorry for your loss, Queen Bella. We have a missing kids booth at the Spokane County Interstate Fair. Michael and Summer are in there. I love it. Woke up 3 weeks later only to find out that despite coding 3 times myself, my mom. Oh, Notre Dame, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Enjoy your smoke. Not all of us want the drama. Humor, okay, but drama to the extreme is total BS. Yeah. I think a lot of people are just over it, aren't they, Texan? That clicking is my heating pad because my back hurts from helping my daughter. So, like, I gotta get going and head there to help her again today, but I gotta turn the heating pad on for a second. I wanted a voice for moms to come talk, but I'm new and what I have seen, no way these ladies are. But see, that's not the case. That's what I was trying to say, though. It doesn't have to be the case. Just because you've found yourself in a certain group of creators where there seems to be this drama back and forth and craziness, that's not how all of YouTube is. That's not, and we got to learn to just ignore some of it too and let it go because we can't control other people. We can only control ourselves and our actions to others, our actions to others. And hang on, there's been a lot of, we got Valoma up here, but there's been a lot of porn bombing. Oh, she's like, here, I'll show you my Hey, Valoma.
Hey, I got a hair soak on. That's why my camera's off.
You're fine. There's just been too much of that porn bombing. So I'm like, let me throw a banner up.
I know, right? I don't want to do that to you. I would never do that ever.
Someone
How
might
have you
steal your
been?
picture and do it, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, absolutely. They definitely do that kind of crazy stuff. Is my mic too loud?
No, I think you're great.
Okay, it's set for my settings, so sometimes on other panels I might come in a little loud. I don't want to do that.
Oh, you're great, hon.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you been?
Good.
I've
Doing
seen
good.
you've had a lot of people coming at you over there.
Yeah. They're opinionated, that's for sure. But
Right.
I'm okay with it, you know. I don't really get into the battles of who's right or who's wrong. I just don't like people using family members, you know, deaths as weapons. That's
right.
I'll call that out all day, every day. And
Mhm.
when it's somebody does it, I don't like it. But I think it's wrong. I think real life should include deceased family members being used as troll accounts and, you know, fear tactics, scare tactics, whatever you want to call it. So, yeah, I'm going to call it out when it's brought to me. Yeah. So people are upset about it. I don't really care. I speak my mind, show grief community where it might be not safe to go, and then I try my best to put it to rest.
She does have a great. She has a. You do have like a radio voice or microphone voice. It's really good.
Oh, thank you.
I love
It's
it.
the mic. It's the
It's the
Yeti
mic.
Blue mic. Yes, the 2023 version. My brother got it for
Ooh.
me for Mother's Day. And a camera and another monitor. And I'm not like, I hate doing this stuff on other people's panels. That's why I come up with my name and not like channel name. I feel like sometimes it's
I don't
disrespectful,
care.
but
It's not at all.
but after so many people said that, I have another channel I'm working on. It's not public yet. It's still hidden, but I'm doing I'm reading children's books for autistic children. I've had a handful of people tell me that they have autistic children and that I soothed them, which was very, I appreciated hearing that very much. So I started doing that. And then also for adults, for people with anxiety, for autism, for all kinds of different reasons why people don't really go to sleep very easy. So I started reading books and stories, and I'm working on the copyright legals and stuff like that.
Well, you have to share
thank
that
you for
with
that.
us so we can check it out. I think that's awesome.
Sure, I definitely send you the link to it.
I love that.
Yeah, unmonetized, like nothing like that. Just a way to give back. For sure. The least I can do. There's so many people being hurt on the platform.
It's crazy the trolls that are coming in now that the number is dropping. Like, where were you guys an hour ago? Like, what are you doing? Oh, they're so weird.
Well, I will hop down. Maybe that will make it better. I don't know.
You are fine.
but-
I want to hear what you have to say. I love that you're doing this. You're reading books for autistic children. That's amazing.
Yeah,
How?
it's just a way to give back. It's kind of neat.
So how are you getting it to that? Like, because I know that there are obviously children on YouTube, but are you kind of like appealing to their parents to find your content so that they can share it with them, or how are you spreading it out there?
Well, I haven't started doing that yet. Just there's some people that have requested certain books. Like 12 Dancing Princesses was one of them. And so I sent the link to a couple of the people that had said something about, that they thought that I could help their child or their sister or their brother. So I sent the link to them. Once I get a lot more of them uploaded, I have a partner who's doing another voice with me. But the legalities of it is the most difficult part. You have to have like copyright permissions to read books and then not be monetized or share monetization. So I'm choosing no monetization. Yeah, for copyrighted books, you have to have their permission. So it's kind of a process, but I should be done with it here within the next 6 weeks and be able to go live with the channel. But again, it's not for any kind of monetization or anything like that.
Right. You just want to share it out and give back. I think that's such a great thing. That's what I was trying to just remind others as, why did you come to this platform to begin with? Because I have a sneaking suspicion that most of us did not come here for the drama or for the hate or for the trolling or for the back and forth. We came here with a specific reason, even if it was just to, the reason I landed in this community on YouTube is I was searching for an interview about Summer's parents, and I found that there are YouTube lives and chatting. What? That's pretty neat. So that's how I landed here. But if you break it back down, the reason was true crime. So I feel like a lot of people came here for something that wasn't drama filled. It wasn't hate filled back and forth. Like, so what did you come here for, Just to remember.
Yeah. I came here after my son passed away. It was an outlet for me. It was a place to occupy my mind, keeping my mind busy, kept my hands busy, keeping my hands busy, kept my mind busy. And I can remember specifically getting off of a train in Peru, Indiana, and there was a flyer about missing Abby. The Delphi
case, yeah.
Yeah, Libby and Abby. And on that flyer, it said for more information, and then it had Gray Hughes Investigates. And I remember going to the dorm, and I Googled, Abby and Libby. And I was reading that at that time they had been found, but the flyers had not been updated yet. No one had came back and taken that flyer. But then I went to Gray's YouTube channel, and what I noticed was he had so much more information.
He did.
Than what the local news was offering. He had maps that were already mapped out. He was amazing. What he had about that case was, it was dumbfounding to me. It was absolutely amazing. And so I subscribed, and then every time, so I would work for like 12, 16 hours a day and then get off work. And on the way home, I would be listening to Gray getting, updated. I would get home and I would listen to more. It was crazy how much information without being involved, without directly being involved, hindering the case, crazy speculation and theories. I thought that's how all the true crime channels were. I really did.
You know, it's
I
funny.
really did.
For me, it was the opposite because when I was searching for a interview with about Dawn and Candace, because I was on Facebook true crime and Twitter true crime, but I hadn't branched into YouTube true crime besides, occasionally like Bailey Sarian or Stephanie Harlow's videos would pop up on Facebook and I'd watch them, but and some others. But for the most part, I had not branched out onto YouTube true crime. So when I searched for that interview, I landed on Ziggy's channel. And
Oh
so
gosh.
my introduction to YouTube true crime was Krama. It
Mhm.
took me a while, and I am
Oh.
branching out to the actual true crime channels.
Yeah.
And I think it's crazy that I don't know. I kind of wish that sometimes this place came with a Rolodex of
Yes.
which ones to avoid and which ones to engage in.
Yeah, I like Chasing Truth's whiteboard theory. I think we
Yes.
need a whiteboard.
Can
But
we
yeah,
get on
when
for a minute?
when that case went cold, I he had, of course, Gray covers all kinds of different cases, cold
Right.
cases, fresh cases, all of it. But so he started. I remember him talking about a couple of other cases involving missing children. And I think the grief in me was desperate for something positive or something happy, like a happy ending. I was in such a very dark place. I was very much wrapped up in grief and the anger and the resentment and the frustration and the hurt and the pain and the agony and all of those things became almost like a comfort blanket. And so it was an excuse to be angry every day. It was an excuse to be kind of a bitch every day. And I suddenly didn't like that about myself. After about a year and a half, 2 years in, I finally accepted that he's never going to walk in the door again. And so I realized that I was pushing people in my life away from me. And I was doing that not as a healthy outlet, but I was doing it because I was afraid of more people dying.
Yep.
My family was gone. My son I was alone all the time by myself. And so, yeah, it was like in my own nefarious mind at that time, it was a way of not being close to anybody to not
Well,
feel hurt again.
it's a self-preservation. Have you heard
Thank you.
my story of the trauma our family went through?
I have, yes.
Okay, so when that murder suicide happened, my son was 15, and he was the very first one out of all of us to um I don't know the right word for it, showcase his grief, for us to actually see his grief besides the crying and, the instant grief that you have, the first week. But grief hits so hard and so weird. And for different kinds of trauma, you get different types of grief. And sometimes it can be delayed and sometimes it can be continuous or sporadic. It's a vast array. It just covers
Mhm.
so many different things. And experiencing this level of grief was new for all of us, but he was the first one out of our family to outwardly show that by he did exactly what you were talking about. He started pushing people away that he loved. Like
Mhm.
he was very active in his sports and in his school, and he started pushing close friends away. He started pushing his other grandparents, especially, because it's the living ones versus the ones that were gone. And then when he started pushing my husband and I away, we're like, whoa, 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 let's talk about this. And it was exactly what you're saying. He was afraid of
Yeah.
lose. He didn't even know that at the time either, that that's why he was doing it. It takes a while to get to the core of why you're doing your behaviors sometimes. And he didn't even realize that he was pushing away everybody he loved because he was afraid of losing them and going through that grief. And so it's like a self-preservation, you're protecting
Mhm.
yourself by pushing that away so you don't experience that loss again.
Yeah, that was exactly it for me. I've never really talked about this publicly, but before Cody passed, I had lost my dad in a very tragic way. Just no warning sign.
Yeah.
My best friend, who was more like my sister, and I know when people say that, it kind of sounds a little belittling, but we grew up together. We were married at the same time. We were pregnant at the same time. Our sons were best friends, and she was held hostage for 4 hours and 20 minutes. I was on the phone with her. The guy that held her hostage made her make phone calls to say goodbye to people as a fear tactic with her. And then execution style, he unalived her. There was just a lot at one time. I lost a
Yeah.
lot. And Cody was like my anchor. You know, he kept me going. I had to get up and go. I had to be there. I had to show up, you know, because being a mom was important. And for me, I was pushing people away out of fear. I was also pushing people away because I felt like I didn't have an identity anymore. Like, you know, when your kids are little, you know, newborn even, you kind of develop the parent identity. You kind of, you no longer have, when they start school, like you don't even have a name anymore. Like I was Cody's mom, not Stephanie anymore. I was introduced as Cody's mom.
That's so true. I was just telling someone the other day, my old screen name on YouTube, although Benny Keys thinks he has something on me because he like found it out somehow, like he was going to use it against me. But my old screen name was Mama Steph before I created a channel because that became my identity, was Marshall and Morgan's mom, and their friends all called me Mama Steph. And it's like now even my husband never calls me that, but even my own mother calls me that sometimes. Everybody calls me that because for so long, for 18, 19 years, my identity was their mother. You know, that's what I was.
And it was like overnight, I never heard his name again. Like after the funeral, no one said his name. If I went to the motocross races, they would always do, you know, like a memorial tribute for several months, maybe a year and a half afterwards. But I never heard his name anymore. And I found myself going, like I would go to Starbucks, and whenever they ask you for your name, I would say Cody, just so I could hear someone say his name. And that's where my anger really came from, was losing my identity and no longer the whole room would silence when I walked in the room, like, because nobody knows what to say. I get it now. Back then I didn't. So I just avoided people. I'd be on a train with somebody for 12, 16 hours a day with complete silence. And so Gray was a huge, I have to credit being alive today to Gray, because at one point I didn't want to be anymore. And Gray, I was able to focus on what he was talking about, and it drew me in. And that's when my accountability and my self-awareness really hit me, that I have to find another purpose. I have to find a reason. I have to find the joy. I have to find the silver lining. And I can't look for, when it comes to missing children, we can't always look for the happy ending, because we know that there's not that many happy endings, unfortunately.
No.
And I was searching for a flippin' happy ending. And when Abby and Libby's case kind of went cold, Grace started covering other cases. And I made the mistake of Googling and finding other what I believe were true crime cases, channels here on the platform. And I was so weak and still in such a unhealthy mental space that I believed that some of these people were really doing something good. They were bringing awareness. I even believed, and it's hard to admit today, but I even believed that some of these theories and speculations were legitimate. Today, sitting here today, I know that that's not the case. It's a money grab. There's very few true crime channels I listen to anymore. Very, very few. Like I can name 4 and that's it. I don't even go anywhere else. But Gray was he was a huge benefit to me. It took me 5 years to really find a new purpose and to pick up and move forward in a positive direction, give back, and be okay with all that I've gone through, and find strength in being able to go forward. And I, you know, I'm doing that today. But this place can be very unhealthy. I think what it comes down to for each individual person is, what are your hard limits? What are your boundaries? And what are you willing to participate in?
Well, that's something, you know, that I practice in real life, healthy boundaries. Absolutely practice it in real life. And I didn't realize until actually last week, honestly, that I wasn't practicing it in my social media life here on YouTube. It's easy to practice it, I feel like, on other platforms, but here on YouTube, you're entering a different place here on YouTube than any other social media platform, in my opinion.
Girl, preach.
And
Absolutely.
I was not putting up those healthy boundaries that I practice every single day everywhere else. I wasn't practicing them here. And it took a really good friend pointing that out to me. Now, she didn't point it out in that manner, but it's exactly what I had to come to the conclusion of. I have to practice those healthy boundaries. It's nobody else's fault that I'm not practicing those boundaries or putting them up except for myself. So I definitely have to put them into play.
I agree with you. It's so easy to get wrapped up in who's right and who's wrong, or belonging to a group of people that you believe are doing something good. I think that it's part of being human to want sorry about that, to want to belong to something bigger than yourself.
It is.
To feel like giving back in some way makes you a good person, validates that you have something to offer. I think where we lose ourselves, and I think a good example of that would be when a true crime case, especially involving a child, people are drawn to those because we want to see the happy ending, and we want to see the judicial system work. So I think it's a good example that whenever a case involving a missing child goes cold or loses updates or kind of becomes stagnant, whenever we see people theorizing and speculating and going after family members or people in the community, that's the time that for me, I can't speak for everyone else, but for me, that's the time to back away. That's the time to step back, no longer give that view, no longer participate in that chat, because it's not okay to do that.
Because that's when it morphs into something more. It morphs into, I've been calling it, soap opera, but that's what it morphs into. It becomes more about the people covering that crime or that missing case than it ever was about the individual who went missing to begin with.
Absolutely.
And they've lost focus. And the only thing that I can do, the only thing that Valoma can do, the only thing that any of you can truly do in the chat, I can point out misinformation or showcase, like, look at this, like I did earlier today. But the only thing that we can truly do is set up our own healthy boundaries and not engage in it. That's it.
Right. That's it. And set the example. So there's a lot of people that, from the minute you came on scene, there's a lot of people that value your opinion, that would consider you more than credible. I mean, you're fact-based. A lot of people can't say that. And I have found, just from having a tiny little channel, that when people believe in you, you kind of have a responsibility for maintaining that credibility or being a good person, because it could be over just that fast. And so I've found out the hard way that sometimes associations or participating in a chat can absolutely backfire on you. Even if you're not participating in a supportive way, even if you're questioning something, it can backfire. But what you said earlier about what you were just talking about, have you heard about the organization Safe Haven Baby Boxes?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to make sure that you heard about those. We
actually, a group of us looked into them for Summer's Day, but we did not make it happen before Summer's Day because it takes a lot to get one put in a location. And I'd have to go back and check and see how that was coming along. But yes, I've heard about them and absolutely looking into them, because they're a great resource. Because think of how many cases we cover of babies, and babies specifically. I can think of 3 off the top of my head where in the past month they have murdered their child or abandoned them, their newborn, where they would have had one of these boxes available or the resources available. Maybe they would have taken that option instead.
So far this year, it's 15 or more that have been reported that are within an area that has a Safe Haven baby box. It takes $10,000 to $12,000 for the installation fee, $150 to $250 for the permit, and then a $200 or $300 or $400 yearly leasing fee. So I started today is 2 years after my work accident. This is 2 years. And it took a lot of hard work legally. It was 4 federal lawsuits. And after I'm not completely finished with that yet. I still have one. But
Mm-hmm.
in the effort to get medical care and get myself back to, being healthy, I've decided to kind of pick up and run with the safe haven baby boxes, all because of this platform, because of the hurt, because of the way family members are attacked, because the children that are being covered get lost in the sauce, so to speak. The people are talking more about, the person that's responsible for harming a child, or family members that haven't been charged with a crime, or, that haven't even been alluded to by police as being
Right.
responsible or persons of interest or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's heartbreaking to see that these kids will never have a legacy now because of social media talking about their case and not talking about them.
Yep.
And that's heartbreaking to me, to think that my son, who was almost 22, he was 21 years, 9 months, 29 days, and accomplished so much in such a short period of time. His
Mm.
legacy stands for itself. His mark left on the earth is huge in every person that ever that he mattered to.
Yep.
And I can't imagine someone like Summer Wells not having a legacy or a mark left on the earth that doesn't benefit another person.
I refuse to believe that her legacy is going to be this BS on YouTube. I
Right.
refuse that. I know there are so many that are working for it to be something bigger and something more important. And I know that will be accomplished instead of this stupid trolling drama back and forth
Yeah.
that is surrounding those who claim to be about her or for her on YouTube.
Me
I
too.
know it's just one child. That's just one. And there are hundreds and thousands of cases and children who have the same thing going on. They have their own little community on YouTube picking apart and turning things into drama. But if I can just help with one, I'm going to.
Yeah. It was heartbreaking. And that the more I was here, the more I was on this platform, the more I saw that every time a child goes missing and it hits the news, it hits the national news, it becomes part of YouTube banter, and it's heartbreaking.
Mm-hmm.
I ordered a coach bus, a travel bus,
Yeah.
and every one of these kids, my goal is to put a safe haven baby box in their community
I love
in
it.
memory of them or in honor of them, with their face, their name, their story on the box. So nobody will benefit from that. It's a, like Safe Haven Baby Box is a not-for-profit organization, a 501c3, founded by a woman named Monica, who relates to this story because that's how she came into the world. An assault that turned pregnancy, that turned abandoned in a back alley. And so she's very passionate about this. I've spoke with her a couple of times. We've emailed a lot. And it's heartbreaking to think that, like, as a parent who's lost a child, I can't fathom or imagine that the one person that I could never imagine living the rest of my life without is forgotten completely. Like, I don't live in a world where I expect that he's put on a pedestal and a celebrity and all of those things. But to me, it matters. It matters that, my identity was lost with him, which is why we worked so hard for the name Veloma, for the word Veloma.
Yeah.
But now I can't imagine being traumatized every time I see a YouTube symbol, like on a movie or a store door or on a billboard. Every time.
They are. They are.
Oh, absolutely. Every time I saw a red dirt bike or the Honda symbol or a tractor trailer that resembled, the travel trailer, I would have a visceral, physical, mental reaction. The doctors later said that's like a PTSD reaction of walking into a hospital and seeing your child dead. And I can imagine that that's what these families go through whenever they see a YouTube symbol. And to me, that's heartbreaking. I found this organization. I've investigated, so to speak. I've researched. I can't find anything negative about them, but to give back to them so that they feel that not everybody on YouTube is bad. Not everybody
No.
that has a YouTube channel and talks about missing children or their child's case has the intention of hurting them or harming them, it's become extremely important to me to give these kids a legacy and a mark somewhere on the earth so that good things are done in their name and nobody takes credit for that. Nobody makes money off of it. Nobody
We
takes
shouldn't.
credit.
For me, it's kind of funny. The symbol was the palm trees because that's what my in-laws had, these giant metal palm trees on their property that they built. My husband helped when he was a kid, and it held up their hammock. And for a while, I didn't like, my husband wanted to bring them here to our house, which we eventually did. But for me, I didn't, because it triggered that like emotional response of thinking about them and the grief and all of that. And so now I just kind of fought against it. And now they've kind of became a symbol of who we are. We love tropical areas anyway. And so I don't know, just to push back about it and to take that thing and claim it as something good instead of something bad was powering in a weird way.
Absolutely. Yeah. I was kind of, I was made aware of the stupidity that came from the palm trees.
I know. Now we're part of the Illuminati because of this logo.
Right.
Now
I
it's
was too.
funny on this platform, but in
Yeah.
real life, it meant a lot to me at the time. I mean, it's coming up on 8 years this Thanksgiving, and it probably took a solid year before claiming that back. It did. But
Yeah.
Burden, you're absolutely right. That's something that we do need to be prepared for others to lash out and not be okay with our decision and our boundaries. But
Oh,
we
yeah.
got to stand firm in them. But yeah, there is a lashing of that. And that's
Absolutely.
okay.
It disagreeing with somebody turns into a full out attack, lashing, people contacting your family. I mean, you go through it in order to have a space on this platform. I thought that responsible adults, I mean, I guess that being naive and unfamiliar with YouTube, it came down to, I really honestly thought that we were all adults with, I don't know. I guess I assumed that you had a background check. You were, I didn't know just anybody could
Anybody can have a YouTube channel.
Yeah, I had no idea. But again, I came in solely watching Gray Hughes. The first subscription, the first membership, the first financial support of anything was directed at Gray Hughes. I still absolutely love Gray Hughes. I find him more than credible. I love watching his streams. He is 100% fact-based. He lets you know when he's speculating, and I'm still a huge supporter of Gray Hughes. That's probably never going to change. But yeah, I thought everybody was a version of Gray Hughes, and I learned the hard way that they're not. People go real life behind the scenes. They have groups of people investigating you, contacting family members through social media, pulling up all kinds of weird stuff that has nothing to do with you or your family, but because of a shared last name that's common across the country, like, bam, here we are. The same thing happened. I was involved in trafficking. I was involved in, I was a Russian spy, like, you name it. It was crazy.
Part of the Illuminati.
Yep. Child loss, social experiment. I was faking the death of a child, like, you name it. It was said about me. At the time, it was pretty traumatizing, but I laugh at it now because people are waking up to that kind of thing, though. People are really waking up to it.
Good. I'm glad. The reason I started doing lives, because it was solely just videos, was because JLR thought he figured out who I was. He thought I was Jenny at Gavel Geeks because I have a Deets Facebook page, and I made that page solely to receive pictures from another creator for a video. Never even added them as a friend, but I had Gavel Geeks check the page and make sure none of my personal information was on there first. And she added me as a friend. So it was the only friend on that Facebook page. So he assumed that that's who Deets was. So
I remember that.
we went live together so you could hear our voices are completely different, but it was just really funny but they will run with that. They were, he was messaging her friends, everybody on her friends list, her family, posting her family's Facebook pages, just because he solely thought that she was me. And they will. They'll dig into every aspect about
Oh,
you,
yeah.
good, bad, or ugly. And it's crazy. Like, it's just very weird watching some of this take place on this platform and what happens here. And I was talking earlier about how I've been branching out and listening to new creators, and one I'm not going to share because I don't think people will like him. But he does that. He shares. He's not doxing people on this platform, but as it pertains to a true crime case, that's the one thing I don't like about him, is he will share, and his speculations are valid, but in my opinion, that doesn't mean you need to cross that line and share out those people's Facebook pages or information just because you're speculating that they're somehow connected to the case. I just think
Yeah.
that we've got to set up that line and not cross over it,
Yeah.
and it happens too often here.
Yeah, it's crazy. I got to tell you this.
Mhm.
I remember when that happened. I remember the stream that you did with Jenny.
Yeah.
And I remember laughing, thinking, nobody really believes this, right? And people really did believe that. There was a handful of
Yep.
conspiracy wackos that really did believe that.
Mhm.
I had a group of Velomas that were asking for either a Discord or like a Facebook page that was private or something like that, where they could all communicate. And they had come to me and asked me to set that up. And after that, I said, hell no. Hell no. You don't. For the simple fact that it takes one person who is under a fake account with the intention of destroying your group or you or anyone in your group or creating harm or anything nefarious. And I wasn't willing to risk it because I thought Jenny from Gavel Geeks has been nothing but honest and transparent about her involvement in covering the
Mhm.
Summer Wells case.
Yeah.
I mean, anything that she has done, she hasn't shared it because she expects a pat on the back or an applause. She
Right.
shares it because she's trying to clear up a lot of the wrong things that have been said and
Right.
accusations that have been made. I think Jenny's wonderful. And
She just
you
has a thirst for information, and so it's
yeah.
just weird to see people's, I've had it done to me, you've had it done to you, just the things that we're saying twisted into something negative
Yeah.
and reused by others here. It's such a bizarre place. That's what I will never get over, how it is such a bizarre place.
And you started out as 2
Yep, there was
clipping
2
on
of
a
us.
channel. There were 2 of you,
Mhm.
and you made that very clear. You actually had 2 different photos for
Yep.
whoever was posting the video, and
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, it wasn't hard to figure out, but I remember you explaining that there were 2 of you, and so, yeah, that to me, that was crazy, but it was also the reason that, that I said, "No, I didn't really wanna be involved in that," because I didn't wanna put anyone in danger. When people are coming at you, you don't wanna direct it onto other people.
I get that. Well, and there was 2 of us until January of this year, and the reason that we started out anonymous was because she wanted to remain, and still is. I've never even told even my closest peeps on this platform who the other
Mhm.
Deeth was. There's a couple that know, because they figured it out, but they were friends with her as well, and so she approved them knowing it. But she wanted to remain completely anonymous on this platform because she has minor children. And I always thought that was kind of silly because, like I said, I come from true crime on other platforms where I was using my real name. It didn't seem weird. Like, yeah, we're just talking about true crime. What's the big deal? Like, quickly learned that, yeah, she's smart to remain anonymous with young children in her home. Very smart. And that's one of the reasons
Yeah.
she ended up quitting because, we got demonetized and for reuse content. And one of the ways to fix that is to speak or to show your face. That's what YouTube truly wants. They want genuine, fresh content. They don't want you just clipping, really. And so
Mhm.
that needed to be done. And I was more than willing to do it. And she did not want to. She didn't want to put that part of herself out there. And I'll always respect that. So,
Yeah, I'm with you.
good.
I mean, people should have the right to anonymity on the platform if that's what they choose. Especially, I feel like this until YouTube holds up their end of the terms and service. Like
Yeah.
until YouTube does something about all of the terrible things that happen to channels. Yeah, I think even after that, people should be able to be anonymous if they want to, especially when they're not hurting other people. They're not doxing. They're not doing the real life stuff. They're not putting out, conspiracy dog whistles that encourage other people to go real life. I think that anyone should be able to be anonymous if they want to. People that are out, it kind of pisses me off. It really kind of pisses me off whenever someone, wants to become or wants to remain anonymous, and then some nosy ass out there just has to know who someone is, and they start digging into, it does kind of drive me insane. People will have the right to be anonymous if they want to. You shouldn't have to blast your face, because we know what happens when someone blasts their face. If you're on camera, you know what happens.
It turns into a ugly thing, that's for sure.
Right.
And that's
Yes,
what
it
I
does.
like here. They ventured out into other true crime channels far away. Also furniture flipping, home decor, and so same girl. I've made no bones about that. I love to go check out the lawn chair community. Grandma Sherry calls it the lawn chair community. It's the lawn care community, because I'm obsessed with landscaping in my yard. And I found that community on YouTube, and it is the chillest community ever, and I think it's because it's all guys who are obsessed with having the greenest and awesomest lawn in the world. And so the whole community over there is just chill and amazing. So whenever I get sick of the drama over here, I always go over there for a few days and chit chat. It's just the best.
You know what, though? I'm a part of an epoxy community. I make epoxy river tables. I redo furniture with epoxy, that stuff, and it's mostly men. And they're starting to become drama filled. I do it better than you. My mixing techniques are better. My mica powders are better. Yeah, they're starting to get a little. Yeah, I think money matters. I think money matters. I learned epoxy techniques from some of the best epoxy people on this platform.
On YouTube?
Yes, I moderate on some of their channels. Like
I
I've
love it.
co-hosted with them a time or two and showed, some of the tables and pieces of furniture and things that I've redone with epoxy. Yeah, and now I'm just like, oh my God, stop it. Quit going crazy. You're
That's
losing your mind.
Yeah, over there in lawn care, they're sharing tips and tricks, and they're all about like helping each other and totally encouraging one another's channels to build one another's channels. It's just so fun and different, and it's different world over here.
You made them blow your mind right now?
Yes.
One of the communities that you would think would be the most violent or aggressive or crazy, drama-filled, would be the martial arts community, right? They're not. They're full of peace.
Well, I've
There's
also heard
no
that
drama.
about like the I don't know what they're called. I don't know what
They'll
the
say
community.
knitting community. They'll say
Well, I've heard
knitting.
that one's vicious. But, the prison community, like the people
Oh,
at the
wow.
prison, I've heard they're pretty chill. I don't know if that's true or not, but that is just something I've heard. But it's I can't think of what that community's called. Someone will probably know what it's called, but I've heard they're actually pretty chill and empowering and uplifting, and it's pretty weird. You would think
Yeah,
it
a
would
little
be
bit. You would think.
crazy. Yeah.
You would think. But
Jeff,
I can see it both ways.
that's pretty much what it is, Pixie. It's all about getting the darkest green. And it's
Yes.
crazy. Some of them go so deep into it. Like, I didn't know there was different names for strands of grass seed. Like, I used to be the type of person who would just go buy a bag of grass seed at Home Depot and throw it down. No, that's full of weeds. Now I know a better way.
That's
It's
funny.
just funny. It's just things that were my interests are so vast. Like, I love different things, but the thing that remains the same is if I'm going to know about something, I'm going to know about it. Like, I'm going to dig in deep and know all the things that there are to know about that thing. And so I kind of get a little obsessed sometimes.
Nonsense.
Swinger
Is that even
drama?
true? Is that a true comment?
Is there really? a swinger community on YouTube? I need to know about the
That's not even true. That's not true.
Isn't there like isn't there a like a pineapple? Don't you put like a pineapple on your door if you're a swinger or something? Wasn't that going around for a while? Yeah.
Trolling me right now.
One of the influencers that I watch on Instagram, actually, someone told her that if you have a pineapple like by your front door or somewhere outside, it means you're a swinger, and it like alerts other swingers. Like it's like a like the bat signal for other swingers. You get this out with your life.
No, there's not.
But I have no clue.
Oh shit, leave it to nonsense. It's so true. There's so much swinger stuff. It's amazing. It's people, but the drama is hysterical.
What kind of drama? Oh, it's an upside down pineapple.
Oh,
you have to know what kind of drama swingers. Because like, isn't the purpose of being a swinger being like open and free? So what kind of drama are you kidding?
Oh my god. Leave
It's
it to
amazing
nonsense.
nonsense.
Shut up.
You don't even want to know what
Oh,
you don't even want to know what scenarios are running through my mind as to what type of drama swingers might have. They do campground takeovers. Shut the fuck up. What do you mean they do campground? So they're just like a bunch of couples in a campground and they're all together.
Shut up.
That's not a thing. You're lying to us. You're lying. Wait, well,
No, she's trolling the shit out of us.
She has to be.
She's
That's
trolling
not
the shit out of us.
fair. If I just toss my pineapple in my grocery cart and it ends upside down, that doesn't mean I'm a swinger. That can't be a thing. All the things I've watched.
That's the funniest shit I've ever heard in my whole
I
life.
cannot believe that they are all getting together and going to campgrounds and what? Just like, what do? Swap like, oh, my wife's gonna go chill in your camper or your tent tonight? That can't be a thing.
Deets, can you put an overlay up? I want to show you something.
Yes. Okay. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. Oh, I just want to eat him up. I just want to eat him up. How
Isn't
old
he
is
beautiful?
He wants to say something in the mic. Go ahead, tell her.
Say hi, Deets. Say hello.
Oh, he thinks that's so cool.
He does.
Oh, look at that.
You have one coming soon, right?
I know, November, end of November. I'm so over the moon. That's why I've been killing myself helping my daughter, because like I told her yesterday as I was sanding the cabinets for the 50th time, I said, you're lucky you got that little baby in your belly, or else I would not be doing this.
Watch this.
Beep, 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 boop, 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 beep, beep, beep.
He's such a smiley guy.
He is. He's so freaking cute.
Oh my goodness.
I'm going to hand him back over to his baby.
Okay. He's so cute. Sorry, guys. He was the cutest. I'm baby obsessed now. Oh, baby obsessed. It does sound unhygienic to just swap. Are they like, I need to know. They set up playrooms. What?
Nonsense is trolling the crap out of us.
Trolling us hard. Oh my gosh.
Nonsense, can you drop some links? We need to verify this information.
I need to see this. I need to do the research. You know I'm going to be Googling swinger. If I die and they look at my phone data, they're going to be like, what was this woman into?
A bunch of bumping uglies by strangers is not my forte. Just saying.
But I need to know that crap. I need to know this information now.
Claire, how do you know that?
The virtual
Don't answer that.
baby
Never
shower.
mind.
Oh, yes. Let me drop that. We are going to do a virtual baby shower, and my daughter is going to come, and we're even going to do game. Like, I'm going to do some Cash App giveaways. But in a couple weeks to about a month. So
Wait, there's a BDSM community too. Oh my
it
god.
feels weird telling you about this while we're talking about this, but let me try.
Nonsense. I don't kink shame at all. I don't either. Man, everybody, I am not a kink shamer, but I did not know there was YouTube communities about this stuff.
I will say I'm probably I wouldn't shame, but that's probably like one thing I would not get into is
Hell no, I would never either.
I
I don't
can't
judge.
I can't
It's not
share.
for me. No, nope.
I'm not a sharer. You better send me something nonsense. I need to know about this drama.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Wait, it's a pretty normal thing for them to plan retreats? Okay, let me tell you something. There's only 95 of us here, so this will never get back to my parents. But I'm too afraid to ask my mother. But there was a rumor that I heard when I was in junior high that my parents were swingers, but I've never asked them about it. And I don't think it's true because they didn't go anywhere in the middle of the night, but it might have just been something someone was bullying me with. But I've always wondered, like, how do you find other swingers? Like, how do you know, like, that's a thing? It's so weird.
Good question. Nonsense. Can you come up here and explain?
I don't think so.
If you're in a club or a bar or something, how would you know that someone else is a swinger?
I guess
Roughing.
Oh my gosh. The Pictionary scene at the campground's gonna be lit, Andy. Oh my god. I have
Now
been
going
on
to a nude beach
I've
is
been on a
my
nude
bucket
beach. I was
list.
gonna say I've been on a nude beach. I can handle that, but knowing that they're like looking at you with the thought of switching is very weird. This is very, very weird.
I bet it is at first. I bet it's very strange. But I have plans to go to Australia to a nudist beach over winter time. Well, I have plans to go to Australia over the winter time, and I have found that there's a nudist beach close by where I'm going to go, and that's on my bucket list. So I figure never, ever, ever going to see these people again. So I'm going to take full advantage of that opportunity, and I'm going to risk it. I'm going to risk it all.
Oh, it's very freeing. It is very freeing.
That's what I'm looking for.
I love it. Oh my gosh, Ladybug's Legs sent me a YouTube channel about swingers. This is a thing. Holy cow. This is so weird. They've got 8,000 subscribers.
Probably.
Club private swing. Oh my gosh. This is crazy.
Oh
No,
my
perfectly. They didn't have parties or pineapple decor. I mean, they had parties, but they were like neighborhood parties, like that everyone was at. It wasn't just like a dog family. Is that the perfect place? Okay, I gotta hear about this. Wait,
the perfect place.
Wait,
nonsense.
A lot of swingers in Florida. Those are older people. So are you saying older people are swingers more so than our generation? I need to know.
What? Nonsense. You already know the rumors that are going to get started. You already know.
I've been to all-inclusive adult-only resorts. There was no swinging going on there. There's no swinging going on there.
That you know of.
That I was aware of, anyway.
Maybe you just didn't participate.
It is going to get so weird. It is. Neighborhood. No.
It's mixed.
It was a subdivision. It peaked about 30. Oh, so maybe it is an older generational thing. Huh. That's weird. perfect place.
Is the upside down pineapple a real thing?
Let me Google. I'm pretty sure it is. Let me see. Let me see what the streets say about this.
Is that real?
I'm just Googling upside down pineapple meaning. Let's see.
I feel like this is a really good troll.
Look at this. It's on a cruising website. I'll pull it up. The very first thing that comes up when I Google upside down pineapple meaning says it's on Cruise Mommy. Pineapples are used as a secret way for swingers to identify each other. If you see someone wearing an upside down pineapple badge or pin, it means they're actively looking for a partner swap. An upside down pineapple
They got a sign.
on one's front porch could be seen as an invitation to join a swingers party.
They got a sign and symbol.
I love pineapples. I will not be decorated with them again. Oh my goodness.
Claire said it's predominantly a middle-aged lifestyle. Listen, I'm middle-aged.
We're middle-aged.
I never noticed.
Oh my gosh, pineapples. Can you help me? No, you can't help me. I don't need any help. What is this? I can't get the pop-up to go.
Ladybug said, I found an upside down pineapple and it says plays well with others. Plays well with others.
Oh man, this website is full of pop-ups that I can't get to go away. I was gonna read about that. In the swinging lifestyle, people will display an upside down pineapple, meaning they're willing to find new partners. Sheesh. This is the thing. Look right there. It says plays well with others, just like Ladybug.
Oh shit.
Who knew? Who knew?
Not me. No idea.
I did.
That's crazy.
I heard the pineapple thing a while back, but I did not know that there was a community of swingers on YouTube. This is crazy. Oh, it's a mixed bag of age, nonsense says. There's a lot of them our age, but older generations seem more open about it.
They got none to lose. Now, I can see a bunch of these people that do this real life stuff on YouTube. Like, you know, the people that are constantly in chats, like going crazy about finding someone that I can see them ordering a bunch of those upside down pineapple magnets and putting them on people's cars.
Yeah. Yeah.
Harmless fun. Like that's kind of funny, but like I had no idea this shit existed. None.
867, I learned so much from this channel sometimes.
Yeah.
You guys come
For
in
sure.
and tell me the craziest stuff. I love it.
For
I
sure.
love it. Yeah, I'm gonna be careful with my pineapple, and I'm just gonna buy already diced up pineapple from here on out. I will not be buying and cutting it myself anymore.
Don't put it upside down.
Oh, Lord have
here's
mercy.
Nonsense is giving the disclaimer. They are usually practiced extremely safe and really do care about others. I'm sure there are people in that lifestyle. Elizabeth, are you going to go as an upside down pineapple for Halloween?
Oh gosh.
It's a wild one.
Oh my
I
goodness.
like traders. Some people don't, but whenever people don't like me, oh, well, sorry, Kiki.
Aw.
Yeah, but we were just talking about you. I will now be avoiding upside down pineapple.
Hey,
Don't
good
let them
night.
around your hubby.
Good night in the morning. That's crazy stuff.
Oh,
Crazy stuff.
my goodness. Are you here to tell us we're kink shaming?
No, I'm not going to say you're kink shaming.
Okay.
Not at all.
But the naivety is amusing to me for sure.
Well, okay, I'm just not aware.
What?
And yes, there
Why?
is an upside down pineapple cake. Does that?
I
and
mean,
my grandma
no,
makes a killer upside down pineapple cake. Is that what she was a swinger?
I agree that it's funny. I don't know how that originated, but it's definitely a thing. Like, because I'm hearing you guys say things like, I didn't know this existed, and how do people find each other? I mean, the internet, man.
The internet, right? It's good. People are good at people.
Right, exactly. Like-minded people are going to find each other. That's just how that works.
But I guess okay, I get that. But what I'm saying is like Nonsense is telling us there's this community. So she had to stumble across
Well, I didn't know that.
Are they out there advertising that they are?
I need to hear the swinger drama on YouTube. That's drama I'm into. I gotta hear that.
I think
that's so Blair.
need to dive on this.
Yeah,
tell us how interested you are, Blair.
Wait,
Tell us how interested you are.
Wait. Before you do, what is hot wifing?
What?
Hot wifing? Hot wifing is basically cuckold mostly. So if a guy has a hot wife and he likes to watch his wife go out on at least as I understand it, he likes to watch his wife kind of go out on the prowl and pick up dudes and then watch, but watch.
So it's just like 3, not 4.
What do you mean 3, not 4?
So instead of switching, you'd be. I don't. So the link to the swinger channel that someone sent me, it says swinging and hot wifing podcaster duo. I had never heard of hot wifing. I have no clue what that is.
I got the definition. I googled it.
Hot wifing is basically letting your wife just go nuts and enjoying her, watching her do that, I guess, as I understand it anyway. I could be wrong.
Would you like me to read the definition?
Yes, please.
Sure.
It comes from Men's Health magazine. It says if you've ever scrolled through a dating or hookup geared toward ethical non-monogamy, such as Field, you might have encountered the terms hot wife or hot wifing and wondered what it meant. Hot wife is a term used widely in the non-monogamous community and pertains to a specific type of sexual behavior. Hot wife is a term used in swinger communities to refer to a wife or typically a partner of someone who is allowed to have intimate relationships with others.
Right. Yeah. So basically just what well articulated.
So basically what Jerry Falwell Jr. and his wife were up to.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, great example. What they denied being up to.
What they denied being up to, correct. They denied being up to that.
But I watched that documentary and I was like, dude, sure, right.
That
says hot wifing is typically when a woman married to a man and the other partners that she is allowed to hook up with typically are other men. While the term does imply specific gender roles, the behavior itself is customizable to suit any couple's needs. Never heard of it. Learning more.
Nonsense. This is way out of my wheelhouse, but now I'm interested. I want to know about their drama, though. Like, what drama do they have? I need to know that.
Oh, God. You can only imagine.
Well, I would imagine jealousy taking place when it's not supposed to happen.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I would think that they would try to set up the boundaries and stuff for that.
Well, they're supposed to be. Like, so the whole thing is, you take jealousy and possessiveness out of the equation, but swinger couples generally, like, this is a something like that lifestyle is something that a lot of couples use to bring themselves, ironically, bring themselves closer together, bring their relationships closer, and strengthen their relationships, actually. Because I mean, in theory, think about it. If you take jealousy and possessiveness out of a relationship, you're taking like 50% out of what most couples fight about. Like, it just leaves money. That's it.
Money is the biggest thing that couples fight about.
Right. So if you take away that insecurity, then that's something that both couples, like, if I would imagine you set ground rules, and say, okay, well, this is how this is going to be. And if we're going to do this, we have to respect each other and we have to, keep no secrets between us and blah, 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 and that sort of thing. But then you get a couple who's going to start fighting and brings another couple involved in their argument, you know, and that couple is just like, hey, we were just here to have fun. Well, then you've got swinger drama, I would imagine.
Swinger drama. Oh my gosh. And okay, so this one, the second part of what Nonsense said here, crazy wives who do crazy things. I could see them going back and gossiping like, oh my gosh, Susie's husband has a mole here. Something crazy. Oh, that could cause problems. That could cause problems.
The same article says this dynamic can have troubling implications, particularly when the husband is the one calling all the shots on who his wife is allowed to play with. Some men who are into the hot wife lifestyle give the impression that they are a whole lot less interested in their wives' freedoms and much more into choreographing for their own pleasure. In some instances, a wife may not enjoy being a character in her husband's scripts. And then, like what Nonsense also added earlier about when feelings become involved.
Right. Because you're supposed to, I mean, if it's a lifestyle you've chosen with your partner, and then there's some sort of betrayal that takes place, or, you know, if it's about not being possessive and then you become possessive, you know, or use it to be, or use the lifestyle as a way to be possessive of your partner, then I could see that causing problems for sure.
Well, it sounds like then they'd have like deep-seated issues elsewhere, and it's just exhibiting through that.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Right. But I mean, if everything is consensual, then, you know, what's the problem?
Nonsense. Can you get us an interview?
I need one of these. I could never. I don't share.
I could never either.
Well, I could never. But I'm very I'm not judging.
You guys
I'm not
have never,
I'm interested.
nobody here's ever known a swinger couple?
No.
Not that I know of, no.
Nope.
I mean, I thought, wow.
Well,
Yeah,
maybe I do. Maybe I do. Maybe I need to put a pineapple out and see which one.
No, don't. No.
I mean, I've known swinger couples, and they're really big on discretion. Really big on discretion. You know, I mean, their business. They don't want their business out there for everybody. Nobody needs. I mean, it doesn't matter what your sexual habits are. That's your business. You know what I mean? That's not for the whole world to know about. So they wouldn't go out and advertise it.
Right. That's why you don't put a pineapple outside your house. You wouldn't want everybody to know.
I want to, but okay, Ellen, see, that's
I'm curious about this, though.
I might know some and don't know that they are actually swingers. And that's the whole thing, right? Is that
I'm willing to bet money that's the case. I'm willing to bet that that's the case. Yeah.
But
I'm
like
willing
you
to bet
said,
that
they're
everybody
very
here knows somebody.
discreet. They like their privacy.
Right.
And so that's why I'm shocked to hear there's a community on YouTube of swingers, but I guess you can remain anonymous on YouTube, except for the channel holders. The ones in the chat would be anonymous, but I don't know that the channel holders are.
I would love to ask questions, though. Yeah. Like this is absolutely very new to me.
But I find it weird that there's swinger drama channels because of that.
Yeah, that's
like
weird.
If they're all about discretion, then how are there swinger drama channels?
Sorry, y'all. If I start flipping swinger drama soon, you might have to check.
I think it would be very interesting to be able to ask questions.
It would.
I mean, I'm not judging in any capacity. I'm very curious about this lifestyle. Very curious about it. I guess for me, I can't imagine how it works. You know what I mean? Myself, I would like to know how people make it work.
Yeah. I don't see it working long term, but I'm sure, and maybe Nonsense knows, I'm sure there are
the swinger couples that I know, the swinger couples that I've known have stronger bond and a stronger relationship than almost any other couple that I've ever met.
Really?
Absolutely. Yeah.
I don't know, but I don't know.
It's almost like they're more evolved. Yeah.
You would have to be extremely secure in your relationship to be willing to share your partner.
Absolutely.
At that intimate of a level. I mean, my faith alone, I couldn't, but has nothing to do with our
Because
security.
if they
Couple.
share,
Right.
if this is something that the both of them, if this is a kink that the both of them share, and I'm not even sure if you would consider swinging a kink necessarily, but if it's a lifestyle, if it's a lifestyle that they both share mutually, and it's they both love the lifestyle mutually, it's something that they do together, like, I don't know, fucking, fitness or anything else,
Yeah, I mean, I got hobbies with my
What?
husband, but sleeping with other people is not one that
Right.
we encompass. But I
Yeah,
guess
I want to.
I don't know. I gotta look more into this because it's like you're looking at it differently. It's not, I guess in their eyes, it wouldn't be sleeping, like it's not cheating. I'm viewing it as cheating, but they wouldn't be viewing it as cheating. So
Right, there you go.
you gotta look at it at a different way, I suppose. So
I agree with that completely. I was married for
Mm.
quite a while, and for me, what I gave of myself to my husband and what he gave of himself to me was like private. We
Yep.
didn't talk about it with other people. We didn't. I mean, nothing. It was behind closed doors. What we did, and it
Oh,
was
we
not for public. Like we didn't talk about that stuff. And so when he gave to someone else what he gave to me, yeah, I considered it cheating. It was like, peace out, home slice, hit the road.
Yeah,
Mm.
nonsense.
But I
was
guess
making
that's
a good point.
personal views. Like that's how I grew up, and that's, I don't know. I would love to pick the brain or have a
Me too.
conversation with somebody who would openly talk about this lifestyle, because it's very foreign to me.
It is.
Yeah, like nonsense is saying there, because I'm sure that's a big problem, is somebody who's just, somebody who probably has a more I don't want to say submissive, that'd be the wrong word to use, but somebody who has, somebody having the more somebody who's more manipulative in the relationship, and there's not a real bond there, and then talking their partner into the lifestyle in order to use the lifestyle as a tool to cheat. I'm sure that happens a lot. And what that's going to do, in theory, what that's going to do is that's going to cause problems with the other couples who have this bond and are just using the lifestyle, who enjoy the lifestyle, and they're ruining it for them when they get involved with them.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Like okay, so that explains some drama right there, because that's just a recipe for disaster if someone's just using it to cheat, and then they hook up with a couple that's not what they're about. And
Can I ask a question, Claire? Maybe you might have the answer to, not you personally, but can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So in my life, or in my thoughts, I don't know how to word this the right way, but how do I say this? So when you're married, right, what makes your partner special to me, this is my opinion. This is all foreign to me, so I'm questioning a lot of things now. But what makes them special from every other person is the intimacy, not just physically, but like
I agree.
Conversations, financial plans, like all of those things in a marriage. Like you pick your partner, and what makes them special is the intimacy, not just sexually, but in all the ways. And so if you're sharing that, and this is an honest question, I'm not being judgmental. It's going to sound that way, but I'm not. But if you're sharing that with other people, then how does your partner still remain
special?
Like how do they still feel special?
I think you answered your own question, because maybe these other forms of intimacy, not just sex, but the other forms of intimacy they have to themselves, and they have this way to express themselves sexually together that they share. So involving other people is part of that intimacy, and sharing that intimacy with other couples who have that same sense of intimacy. What's the problem? You see what I'm saying? You're not exactly, there's no betrayal there. If everyone's into it, then everyone's into it, but you're not going out with these couples, and you're not sitting down and paying your bills with them, and you're not going and clothes shopping with them, and you're not taking all your kids to Disney World together. You know what I mean? There's all kinds of different forms of intimacy that couples share, not just, as you said yourself, not just physically, but there's all kinds of different forms of intimacy that couples have to share together as partners and best friends.
Well,
right?
I'm with Paloma, and I'm not judging or shaming at all here, but to me, just the act of sex is very intimate, and so I don't know, maybe others aren't doing it the same way, and they're not reaching that intimate connection, but just going and having pure, unadulterated sex, it's still an intimate thing that you're doing by giving yourself to another person. That's still intimate, and I
Well,
don't know,
the
I
swinger
would
couple,
struggle with that
the swinger
myself.
couples that I know still have those alone time with each other. They value the just the intimate times between the two of them as well. That was never an issue, and I think that's probably a big part of it is maintaining that. Being able to do the lifestyle, but still maintaining that intimacy that's between just the two of you. That's what I mean? Like that,
Mhm.
I would imagine that's really important is maintaining that things that are just, it's just me and you. We're going to do this weekend. We're going to go off, blah, blah, blah. And then, all right, well, let's have fun with this other couple, next week. That's, that's the way it came off. You know what I mean? That's the way it
Yeah.
always came off to me.
I get that, and again, it's not shaming them because I know different things work for different people, but to me, it just feels like you're playing with fire, and it's going to be a recipe for disaster, but it's obviously working for some people.
I think
To
I'm too
me
emotional for that type of
me
engagement
too.
with other people. I think I'm too
Most people
emotional.
equate, yeah, most people equate, especially women, most people equate an emotional bond with sex.
Yeah.
And but I'm saying that what I've seen, I didn't see that emotional bond not being there between these couples. It's still
Mhm.
there.
Mhm.
It's just that
Oh, yeah, I'm
the
sure it would have to be
They're
for a
just
marriage to
probably
work.
really good at
properly, right?
compartmentalizing, right? I mean, they would have to be very good at compartmentalizing their intimacy and their emotions towards their spouse versus this act of sex with another human.
I don't
Um,
imagine that lifestyle working unless you had that emotional connection with your partner where there's just this
Mhm.
ultimate level of trust. Like you can go to a club or a party and then and just know that the feelings between the two of you are not going to be in any way altered at all. And
Pixie, you always make me laugh. I love
That
to
com
swing or not to swing. That is the question. The answer is you do you and I'll do me. We don't do each other, probably.
right.
I think what
Yeah.
nonsense said, different strokes for different folks. I agree
I
with that. And I
Totally.
don't no judgment. I would like to understand though. I mean, I
Yeah.
really would. I would like to talk to
I don't,
another
that's what I'm saying. I
woman.
don't think it would ever work for me and my spouse. But I know that it's obviously working for some people. So by all
I
means,
don't I don't
do
like
it.
I don't like feet, man, but there's dudes that are obsessed with feet. I don't understand it,
Ew.
but
Yeah,
I mean,
there was one in here earlier.
if
Yeah,
that's what you're into, that's what you're into.
weird.
Mhm.
It is weird. Some people are into different things. That's fine. Hey, Richard, I've been asking about you. I hope you're good, love. I miss you. Most
Oh, that's a good
swingers
answer.
would believe there is a difference between making love to someone and having sex with someone.
Yeah.
And maybe that's just okay. I've been married 23 years. I've only been, been intimate with the same man for 23 years. Maybe that's why I can't dissociate the two of making love and having sex because it's always making love. So that might be part of the issue as to why I can't separate them in my brain. But obviously, people can and do. So I get it. It's more
Yeah.
about physical choice. I would imagine not. That's probably why they're in the swinging lifestyle. Oh, look, we have Danilo Cavalcante in here.
Oh,
Oh, we
shit.
found him, guys. We
They're
found
looking for
him.
you. They're looking for you, man. They're hunting you down.
They're
JLR is
on
on
ya.
you
They're on ya.
for sure.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah.
It
It would
works
be
for some
interesting to talk
people.
to someone. It would
It
definitely be
does.
interesting. I would love to have a conversation with I would love to have a conversation about it. I
I
guess to
would
learn
love
about it.
to
This is
have
all
this. I would too. I'd love to talk to a swinger couple specifically. There are so many
Mhm.
questions, and I'd love. Okay, now you can't be dropping knife emojis in here.
Whoa.
Oh, thank you perfectly. Yeah, you can be in here saying hi, but you can't be dropping weird emojis, dude.
Yeah, that's weird.
I just, I would love to pick their brain and
I would
find
too.
out their reasonings because there's nothing wrong with it. If it's a healthy adult consensual lifestyle, then yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. Even if it's not something that would work for me, it obviously does for others. So I'd like to learn about it.
Yeah, there's even bars that you can go to. I mean, you'd have to know which ones are which that are like swinger friendly. Like nothing actually happens there, but kind of like a gay bar, where it's, LGBTQ friendly, but it's not like where,
Swinger
people are
friendly.
just dropping and, doing mad, crazy sexual stuff there, but it's a place for people to commiserate and
Yeah, this
so
is another example of another community that
that
I
would
didn't
probably be the
know.
best place that would probably be the best setting to like pick someone's brain and learn more about it.
I'd like to learn the language to not be offensive to other people.
Right, because that's the thing. I feel like I am, and I'm not intending to be because I don't know about it. It's an ignorance on my part. My knowledge of swingers truly does just come from movies, and I'm sure it's completely different than that. But
Yeah.
because I just don't know it. There's entire clubs all over the US that have parties and playrooms even.
Yeah.
Okay, I need
Playrooms?
okay, so nonsense. I can see that. So my live on Wednesday is going to be about mommy vloggers, family vlogging, not specifically about Ruby's case, but about like people's thoughts behind all of that. And a lot of them are in Utah. And I didn't see their swinger lifestyle is massive in Utah and underground, but there's a
Yeah, I
lot
would
of
have
things
never guessed
Utah's
that.
doing.
I would have never guessed that Utah was a big like
Really?
swinger place. Like I know like major cities like Atlanta, Miami, big swinger scene for sure.
That's crazy. But are there I just have so many questions. I'm with
Me
Paloma here.
too.
I have so many questions, but I also don't. I think I need to do a little research because I don't even want my questions to be offensive, and I know that they probably would because I'm like, are these mainly celebrities? Are they mainly?
They're
Are they
just gonna
just
look at you
everyday
like
people? Like I'm,
What's
I have so many
SLC?
questions.
Nonsense. What does SLC mean? See, this is why I want to learn the language.
Salt Lake City.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's just a town.
Yeah.
That's why I want to learn the language.
I knew that one.
It makes sense because I've heard that Salt Lake City is just boring as hell. So I could just see like people just being like, okay, well, we need to spice things up around here.
I guess so. I think so perfectly, but that's the thing.
Yes.
I don't want to put out a beacon. I don't want to put out like the bat signal like swingers contact me. I need to find me a swinger couple because I'm
Yes.
truly interested in it.
Make sure you schedule that a couple days in advance so everybody gets a notification on that.
Because if you go back to it, if you take the swinger lifestyle out of it, there are things that work for some people that don't work for others. And it doesn't mean that their way is right and our way is right or vice versa. It's just people have found what worked for them. I apply that to like the finance world when we teach finances and we counsel others on their finances because, as you said earlier, money is the number one thing that couples fight about. It's the biggest cause of divorce. And so it's
Sure.
something my husband and I have always been passionate about is helping others, especially young couples, teen couples, with their finances because of what we came up through. So one of the things in teaching and counseling others is what works for us might not work for them, but we can find a method of finances that works for everyone. It might be something different, but we can find some methid. So I
I
know
agree. I feel like intimacy, in theory, intimacy could work very similarly, you know?
It could. It could. That's why I find it interesting because there's, obviously methods that work for different people. 60
Yeah.
Minutes did an episode on swing. Okay. I bet that's on YouTube.
Yeah, absolutely. Perfectly imperfect. Make it clear, interested in learning about the lifestyle, but not being a part of it. Yeah, I mean, you can't like agree to something like that without knowing about it. I'm interested in it because I didn't know it was so prominent. I thought that was like a very old school years ago kind of thing. Here they got symbols.
I thought it was
They
like
got
disco. Like it went out of I
Yes.
thought it went out, you know.
Yes, good way of saying it.
It did. I'm
That
not
is
gonna
disco.
lie. I thought it was just like disco.
Well, no,
Yes.
because you're equating it with disco because that was during the time of the sexual revolution.
I know. But I know I'm equating it with disco because disco's kind of dead, you know, and so I
Yes.
just kind of thought it was a thing that, you know, it was a fad for a moment, but knowing that there are still like huge communities, thanks nonsense, but there's huge
Yeah.
communities.
I used to say that all the time. Somebody put on a shirt, be like, as dead as disco, take it off, change it, something. Yeah, I thought the same. I'm glad you said it that way because I kind of thought that too.
We lived on a military base in Virginia, and there were 3 couples that were swingers. It was interesting to say the least. Osprey Court became the street. Ooh. Key parties. Yes, that's what I remember. Like with the key parties, you know,
What
where
the
you
hell's that? No,
you
I
put you
don't.
put your key, your car key or your house key in the bowl by the front door, and you pick a different key at the end of the party, and you go home with whoever it is or something.
And it's not like you would think just like hillbillies or whatever. Like normally it's like prominent people. Like
Yeah, I wasn't picturing hillbillies being swingers at all. I was
people
picturing
who are pretty like well established, like very secure financially and in all kinds of different ways. But it's just what those couples like to do, man. You know.
That's what I was thinking, Nicole B. In the 70s, they did a key party on that 70s show.
Oh wow!
I don't think key parties happen really anymore, though.
Well, okay, so maybe key parties went out with disco then.
Right.
That was the thing. Now that I'm out of Utah, I feel I can speak freely about so much more. Have you spoken about Ruby's case or any of that stuff that's going on nonsense? I was curious if you had, but I hadn't seen anything. Lawyers, doctors, nurses. I'm blown away by this, you guys. See, I'm telling you, learn something new here every day.
Kevin seems like the swinger type to me, dude. It seems like they have this very typical look. Like they shave their head bald and you know, they have this metrosexual look and they're athletic and middle-aged. It's swinger men.
Who's Kevin?
Ruby's husband.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait, who are we talking?
Yeah, I was like, who's Kevin?
I know. I was like, please don't let that be someone in chat's husband.
Yes, please don't.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, Ruby's husband. Okay, I got you. Yeah.
You know, when I'm traveling in my bus cross country, I will be looking for those pineapples.
I'm
gonna be
know.
looking for them now. Every time I see one,
town.
I'll be like,
There's a town just outside of Atlanta, like near Woodstock, that is supposedly like very swinger friend. Like I was dating a girl and she was like, oh, this town is like a swinger town. And I was like, what's a swinger town? Like, what?
There's
a
a
swinger town
there.
And she's like, no, look. She's like, if you look at the doors, we went through a neighborhood. She was like, look at how many of these like houses have pineapples on the doors or on the, you know, like a pineapple flag hanging from, like literally a flag hanging from like the front door, you know, or in the front of the house.
Yeah, that's because there's a bunch of nudist camps outside of Atlanta. I found this while researching a case that for some reason outside of Atlanta, there's a bunch of nudist resorts.
I don't know if it being a nudist and being a swinger is.
I don't know either,
but
that's just one little tidbit I knew. I just knew. I've seen nudist resorts and other places in the country, but there's like a bunch outside of Atlanta. It was crazy. I don't know what the correlation is or anything like that, but it's a thing. He does, Lady Tara. He seems to know a lot about swinging, doesn't he?
A
little bit.
I haven't lived in a cave my adult life, you know.
Apparently, I have.
I admit it.
That's just one avenue. Well, and you said you have friends that are swingers, and I could see if some of my close friends were swingers, I'd probably know a lot more about it. I'm guessing I do know some, but I don't know.
Like I've lived a certain lifestyle my adult life where I know a lot of people, where I've met a lot of people and gone to different places and many different social functions. Like one of my best friends, his wife, like they were very much into the fetish life, not one specifically, but there's a fetish factory in Fort Lauderdale, and they would have the second Saturday of every month, and they still do it. The second Saturday of every month, they have a fetish party. Now, nothing really goes down in there like you would see at a swinger club, but it's not a swinger thing. It's like, you know, people dressed in leather, and you know, there's like a master, you know, dragging a slave around in a chain, you know, like the Gimp in Pulp Fiction, and fun parties for sure, but because they're interesting. And you can't even get in the door like just dressed normal. Like you can't go in there. You have to be dressed in some sort of like fetish like attire, or you're not getting into that party. But she would work at these parties as a dancer. Now, she wasn't a stripper and she wouldn't get naked, but she was also a burlesque dancer and did a lot of burlesque shows. And she would be one of the hosts of these parties, and she would dance on stage, and and so I went one time, and it was very interesting. It was interesting.
I bet it would be. That'd be different. A caveat. I love watching polygamy shows for some reason. I don't know why they're interesting. Like, I don't like that. The big one that has, I think they've all broken up now. Like the guy that lived in Vegas, I think his name was Cody, and he had like 3 sister wives, I think was the name of it. I never really watched that one, but like the documentaries about polygamy, I find very interesting because of all the crime and stuff that happens in them. Not interesting in like I'm interested in this type of way, but just like the documentary.
Of course, sure.
But
I mean, Shark Week is interesting, but that doesn't mean I want to jump in.
Right, exactly. But nonsense. When you mentioned the scent that they wear, the reason I said maybe it's Burberry Touch, because one of the influencers I follow on Instagram is very big into her LDS lifestyle. Now, I just like her for her and her husband do like home DIY stuff, and it's called Arfo Farmhouse, so maybe you know of them, but they're a cute couple. They're not extremists, but they're always talking about Burberry Touch. So one day I got a sample of it, and now it's all my husband wears, because I'm telling you, ladies, that scent alone will make your lady junk jiggle. It smells so good. But I've seen a lot of influencers that are Mormon sharing that cologne out. So that's why I said that.
I didn't know that there was a Mormon cologne.
I don't know that it is. I'm just saying I've seen a lot of these, because there's a lot of influencers that are Mormon, and I'm going to talk about that Wednesday. But
that's more fascinating to me than the swinger lifestyle. There's a Mormon cologne.
The cologne, but the cologne smells so good. I'm telling you, it smells so good. That and Prada Sport. Oh, get that for your husband. You'll thank me later. Those 2 scents. You will thank me later. She was charged with 6 felonies. If a swinger club allows single men, they are charged. Really?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
Well, why would you?
I've been to swinger clubs before. Yes.
Do they get to? Do they have? Are single women going to swingers clubs?
Single women generally go in free sometimes. Like it depends on the club, but
Oh.
they go in free. But I went with a couple once, and I got in with them because because they were, because I was with them.
Yeah.
I didn't come off as a guy that was there to prowl women. So and what they want to do is keep the couple ratio high and the single man ratio low, because then you just got a big sausage party, So in order to control that, they charge single men an insane amount of money to get in.
Sorry, I was texting my daughter. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, this is why I've got to research more of this. You have me interested, nonsense. Thanks. But Petunia, I have heard about this. So the new Mormon underground is for the younger people. They aren't allowed to drink alcohol and cannot stray from marriage. It's become a big thing. I knew they couldn't drink alcohol. That's why a lot of them have like soda shops, and they have all these businesses selling different types of flavored soda and stuff. That's a huge thing in their culture, lifestyle. I don't know how you would describe religion. And I have heard about a lot of them getting in trouble with alcohol because they do it underground. There was actually a true crime case, maybe Nonsense remembers it, not too long ago, where there was an influencer, social media star. I think she was from TikTok, who got in trouble for coming home drunk. And I'll have to look that one up because I'm butchering this, but maybe someone else knows what I'm talking about.
Hey guys, I gotta hop down. I need to go.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get
babysit
going.
for a little bit.
You enjoy that cutie. Oh my gosh, I
I
wanted to
will.
heat him right up and put him in the oven on 350.
Crawling now. He's crawling, but he's not crawling normal. He puts his butt all the way up in the air. He's on his hands and his feet trying to walk, and then he gives up and then he belly rolls. He like army crawls. It's the cutest thing ever.
That's what my kid did too when he was first learning to
So
crawl.
cute.
Yeah.
You want to
Yeah.
know what my kid did? He scared the crap out of me. Marshall did not crawl until he was 8 months old, and I thought he was broken. But then the kid started walking at 9 months, so he just didn't. he just didn't crawl at all. So it scared me.
This one, he's my niece's son. He's doing the belly roll like army crawl, but he's already
Yeah.
pulling himself up like on onto the couch and the table and things like that. Like, and he'll walk holding on to the couch. It's like the cutest thing ever. I love it. I just love having baby. I get baby hugs all the time. I'm excited for you.
I'm ready for that smell where you just sniff them and you just, you know what I'm talking about. That baby
Yes.
smell is like,
all the time.
if they could bottle that, it would bring comfort to so many people. It's just the best in the world.
All the time. Yes,
I'm
they smell
so looking
delicious.
forward to it. Oh, there's a
They're
press
beautiful.
conference on the escaped convict. Ooh, I bet there's a bunch of people showing that, y'all.
Probably.
I
Well,
need
everybody
that.
have a great day. It was great talking to both
Thank
of
you,
you.
Paloma. I
appreciate you.
enjoyed it as always.
Very
You
much.
too. Thanks for having me, Deets.
Yeah,
That was
thanks for
great.
hopping up, Clara. I enjoyed you hopping up too.
All right. Have a good one, guys.
See you guys later. You need to watch Naked Attraction. It's a dating show on TV here in the UK. They are all naked, and the picker sees them from the toes to the waist. Ask them questions like, oh, that's weird, Winnie. Yeah, I knew soda shops were major because, like, Arfo Farmhouse, that's their thing, is they have a soda shop. I've actually been to it. They live in Nashville now. They live down in Franklin, Tennessee. And I'm not doxing them. They proudly talk about this on their Instagram. And they have a really cute soda shop and stuff. They're a really adorable couple. My son crawled backwards on his head. Oh my goodness. She was okay, so you know who I'm talking about, that influencer. That girl that came home drunk and she was part of swinging drama. Oh, I'm gonna have to look into that. Yeah, mine just he did. They were part of swingers. Then her and hubby got in trouble with jealousy. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna have to look into her a little more. Maybe we'll talk about that one on Wednesday. Yes, babies definitely are the best. Let's see if I have it under here. Speaking of babies, don't forget we're going to have a virtual baby shower for Gru. And we'll even do like a couple giveaways. So that'll be fun. Ellen C, congratulations. I'm so excited about becoming a Nana. Like, I'm over the moon excited. I cannot wait. In fact, my daughter's been texting me, "Are you still coming today to help?" Yes, I'll be there soon. Her swing stuff is all over TikTok. What was her name? Nonsense. Do you have her name so I can look her up? I haven't decided. I think I want to wait until his bedroom's done so we can like set the camera up in there. So probably a couple weeks. So like, and I know I got a notification that someone ordered something last night. So I want to give it a couple weeks and I'll stop sharing, or like a week and I'll stop sharing the wish list, and then probably like a week after that. So in like 2 to 3 weeks. Okay, thank you, Laundry. Taylor Frankie Ball. Okay, I will be looking that one up. Let me take a screenshot of that. Or I'll forget. Oh, no. Yep. And you guys do not have to buy anything off the wish list to come and enjoy. But I am going to put her baby shower on members only, just because I want it to only be members. I don't want people in there commenting. And then I'll leave it on a members only live as well. But if you do want to join memberships, remember 100% of the revenue from the memberships here are donated every month. We're going to do that Wednesday, actually. Okay, I'm prepared. I've been rabbit holing a case right now, and it's like all I can think about. It has nothing to do with LDS or any of that, but I've been rabbit holing the crap out of it. And like the middle of the night, I think it was like 3 a.m, I sent a voice message to a friend. I'm like, was it snowing at this time? And what do you think happened here? And they couldn't have done this if there was no snow on the ground. Like, it's just consumes my thoughts. Oh, Laundry, you'll have to get a hold of me if you have all the deeds I need to know. You can go to the site and get the phone number of the people and have a conversation and meet up and go from there, I guess. Oh, you mean on the swingers couples? Yeah, I might look into this community a little more. Oh, so we can like have a conversation about it. That's what I think, Nonsense. Sometimes it's just fun to research other stuff. And I love getting stuck in a rabbit hole. Let me put my email in here. If there's anybody who knows a swinger couple that wants to come and have a conversation completely judgment free from a swinger idiot who's ignorant in all things swinger lifestyle. So I'm not trying to offend, but we just want to know all the things. Email me, or if you guys know like some channels that I should check out to understand it better from a research information aspect. See, those are like some of the questions I would have. And it's not a question stemmed from, judgment. It's just a question of, what do they do in those instances? I'd like to know that. Yeah, that's what people have been saying. So I would just like to hear more on it. Dan and Lacey from TikTok would be a great couple to do an interview with. They really educate. Okay, I'll look that up. All right, guys, I'm off to help my kiddo, and I can't believe we've been on here for 4 hours. The day just flies. Let me see. So someone said there is a press conference. Did they find the guy? Let me see. Oh, Burden is live. Let me grab her link. Because if she's live, she has all the deeds. Head over there and see what she is saying about this. Hey, Beaver came in at the end. We were talking about swinging there at the end. It was pretty interesting. You might want to catch that. Okay, thank you, thank you. All right, you guys have a great day. Oh, he has not been found. All right, well, I'm sure Burden's playing the press conference over there, so go check her out. And I'll see you all on the next one. Love, love.